graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
What's going on, everybody? Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day so far. My name is Jason Joseph, and this, of course, is Play-by-Play with JJ. Make sure that you guys hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button as well, and turn on the notification bell icons too. And that way you will know when we do go live for Phillies baseball, Sixers basketball, Eagles football. We also do other Major League Baseball content on here as well. First and foremost, I wanted to let you guys know that I did post this week's schedule in my community tab. I am going to drop the link to that down below right now. But yes, we have a post that we made. It was about an hour ago or so. So I'm going to post that right now. So that way you guys can see what the schedule is for this week. Also, in the schedule, I just wanted to let you guys know that we are giving people a poll choice for which game to do on Wednesday. Do you want me to call the Yankees game? Yankees play against the Guardians at 1:10. Do you want me to do the Red Sox versus the Rays, or do you want me to do both? Go vote on that poll. That link is also posted in the community tab. Once you click on this link, it'll take you right over to the post, and then you can just click on the next link and get over to the poll that way. All right, but yes, let's. All the housekeeping stuff is out of the way. Tonight is Christopher Sanchez night. Yes, Christopher Sanchez is out there on the hill, and he is just must-watch. He is must-watch TV right now, and I am really looking forward to seeing how he does out there on the hill. I expect nothing less than just 7 innings of spectacular baseball from Christopher Sanchez. We all know how deadly that changeup is. We all know how great he has been utilizing the four-seamer and even go into the slider a little bit more. And when the batters know that that changeup is coming, they just don't have a chance. They really don't. And that's what makes him just so special. And I am just really hoping tonight that he gets run support. The Phillies bats did a very good job this weekend, and now granted, the White Sox don't necessarily have the best pitching in all of baseball, but if the Phillies can sort of keep that momentum up tonight, I see nothing less than a sensational performance that they can provide. I think that they can really do a lot of good things out at the Rogers Center tonight in Toronto. They're going to be facing Patrick Corbin. Patrick Corbin's older right now. He's 36 years old. He's coming off of an outing where he gave up 4 earned runs against the Atlanta Braves, and he lasted just 5 innings. His ERA this season is just underneath a 4. During the month of May, it was at a 3.6. He's been doing better compared to what he has been doing previously over his last 5 to 6 years or so, but he still has not really returned to that 2019 form like he was when he was on the Nationals. But he's been better, that's for sure. But I think that the Phillies have a really good chance to try to get some runs off of him today, and hopefully they can just knock some pitches out of the park. If he's throwing mistakes right down the middle, take advantage and be able to just put runs on the board. I want to hear what your final score predictions are down below. I also want to hear who your MVPs are for tonight's game. And I will say that my final score prediction that I'm going to have for tonight's game is I'm going to go 6-1 Phillies. I got the Phillies taking this game, putting up 6 runs against this Blue Jays team. I think that they'll get to Patrick Corbin in about the 5th inning or so, and then they'll just get a couple of runs off of their bullpen, and no Duran tonight, which I think would be really, really great. And Sanchez gets himself another W. And with that, also my most valuable player for tonight's game, the MVP, JJ's MVP. The MVP for tonight's game is Alec Bohm, and that is my final answer. Alec Bohm. This guy has been playing so much better baseball. I read the stats last night. This guy has been getting on base a lot. He had a really good weekend. Nice to see him just getting extra base hits and getting on base. And the Phillies really have needed a right-handed bat to step up, and he has been certainly one of those bats that has been doing some damage at the plate, which is good. Adolis Garcia didn't have a great day yesterday at all. Had a hat trick of strikeouts. But before that, to start off June, he's been really good. And maybe he'll get back on track today. I'll be looking forward to that. No Justin Crawford in the lineup today. So Brandon Marsh is going to be out in center field. And then you got Adolis out in right. And Edmundo Sosa is playing out in left field for the Philadelphia Phillies. No Stuart Baroa for tonight's game. Just wanted to make sure that I let you guys know about that. All right, let's say hello to everybody that's here in the chat. Ravens Prods, thank you so much for the sub. And somebody else just subbed, too. I never got a notification as to who did that. So please name drop yourself down below. Thank you very, very much, the both of you. Yes, okay. Who else is here? Beast Coast is here. He says, let's go Phillies. What's up, Beast Coast? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you on here. Dane's also here. Lydia, Daniel. Who else is that? Lydia is here. Deb. What's up, Deb? What's going on, guys? High fives all around to everybody in the chat. Let's go, baby. Doug is also here. We have to remember we like to make subpar pitching look like Cy Young candidates at times. Final score 4-2 Phillies. And Doug, you're right. You're absolutely right. I just have a little bit more confidence with how they've been playing as of lately. But it also would not shock me tonight if Patrick Corbin ends up going like 6 or 7 innings and he just only allows 1 earned run because this team is chasing and going back to their old ways. Gosh, I hope that doesn't happen. But from a realistic perspective, I can understand your reasoning as to why you're going with your final score prediction that you decided to go to. Joe is here. What's up, Joe? How you doing? I got Kyle Schwarber's my MVP, he says. And I got the Phillies winning 10-3. What's going on, Joe? What is up, my friend? Michael's also here. Michael says, like number 46, let's go, baby. Morty, Rick, JG. JJ, the ball tends to fly in Toronto. Maybe the Phils will get the long ball going. I would love to see it. I would love to see it very, very much. All right, so the roof is open. It is 22 degrees Celsius out in Toronto. And we should be ready to get things started in just a little bit. The umpires for tonight's game, it'll be Jansen Visconti, who's at home plate. Alex Tosi is going to be over at first. Then you got Willie Traynor at second, and Corey Blaze will be over at third base. The lineup for the Philadelphia Phillies for tonight's game, we'll get you that right now. It'll be Kyle Schwarber batting leadoff. Then you got Trey Turner batting second. And then batting third, it's going to be Bryce Harper. Fourth is Brandon Marsh. And then you got Alec Bohm batting fifth. JT Realmuto is batting sixth. Bryson Stott's batting seventh. And then you got Adolis Garcia batting eighth. And ninth is Edmundo Sosa. It is 72 degrees Fahrenheit out in Toronto. The roof is open. It looks like it is a perfect day out in Toronto. And we should be ready to get things started in just a little bit. The Phillies are going to be in their gray tops, their gray bottoms. They have the red undersleeve, long sleeve shirts that they have on as well. And the red baseball cap, along with the rim that has the white P as the logo for tonight's game. Okay, the Blue Jays will have on their defensive side of the diamond, it'll be Patrick Corbin pitching. Then you got Taylor Heineman catching. Over at first base, it's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. At second, it's Ernie Clement. The third baseman is Akamoto. That's Kazuma Akamoto. And then over at shortstop, it'll be Andres Jimenez. 7, 8, and 9 are as follows. You got Yohendrick Panango out in left, Miles Straw in center, and Nathan Lucas playing out in right field for the Jays. The designated hitter is going to be George Springer, and Springer will actually be batting leadoff. Here's Patrick Corbin, 11 starts, 54 and a third of an inning, a 3.98 earned run average as well. 37 strikeouts in those 54 innings. This is a guy who has a sinker, a slider, and a changeup, along with a cutter that he mainly uses, and occasionally from time to time, he'll mix in the four-seam fastball. Batters are hitting 149 against the slider and 138 against his changeup, and it was really a lot higher last year. The changeup, I believe, at one point was up to like 270 last year, but regardless, it's a lot lower, and the sinker, that's a pitch that the guys or that batters have been able to get a hold of. Batters are hitting 333 against that. All right, so again, comment what your final score predictions are down below. Kyle Schwarber is going to lead things off for the Philadelphia Phillies. It'll be Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Marsh, Bohm, realmuto, Stott, Garcia, and Sosa. And so we are ready to get things started right now, as the first pitch is going to be underway, and it'll be in there for a called strike over on the outside corner. Let's also get this up and running as well. Get our box scores going. Good stuff. The ball is 1 strike to Kyle Schwarber. And the 0-1 pitch, that'll be in there at the knees for strike 2. The Blue Jays are 32 and 34 on the season. At the Rogers Center, they are 5 games above 500. They've won 19 of their 33 games at home. The ball's 2 strikes. And the windup and the pitch. And Corbin throws it down for ball 1. We have a very good crowd tonight so far. Folks, make sure that you guys hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel on your way in. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the game. 1-2. That misses just outside, not by much, and the count is now 2-2. We got 206 people watching. Wow. Just in the first. The 2-2 to Schwarber. That's down and out for ball 3. Colton says I got 5-1 Phillies. Good stuff. 5-1 Phillies. By the way, for those of you out in the Philippines, I hope that you guys are safe. I heard about the earthquakes today, and just sending lots of love and prayers out to you guys. 3-2 on the way, swung on and missed, and there's out number 1 here in the top of the first inning, and Schwarber is down on strikes. You know, Kyle Schwarber last year, wanted to throw this out, had 197 strikeouts during the regular season. Now he's at 95. So we're about a third of the way done. He's played in 62 games. A little bit over a third. So he's on pace to surpass that. The pitch. That's taken down for a ball, and the second one is fouled off. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. The next pitch, and that's inside for ball 2. The Jays are in their blue uniforms. They got the light blue on the outside. There's the 2-1 pitch. This will be chopped over towards shortstop. Jimenez has it, throws it over to first, and Vladdy tags out Trey Turner. His foot came off the bag. And there's 2 away. A strikeout by Schwarber, and a ground out over to short by Trey. I showed a replay of it. He was definitely out. 2 away, top of the first. And here comes Bryce Harper. Harper takes a pitch that's down for a ball. Better YouTube, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it, my friend. Thank you so much. Let's go. 1-0. It's a foul ball. Bryce Harper was teammates with Patrick Corbin, but he's also had a lot of success against him. 1 ball, 1 strike. The stretch and the pitch. That's down for ball 2. Corbin, during his career, has started 365 games. He's won 112 of them, and he's lost 144. 2-1 pitch. That's a fly ball hit out over towards deep left field. That's going to go back towards the track, and it is going to be dropped on the warning track. And so Harper's going to head on over to... He just went on over to first base. Wow. He just went on over to first base. And Yohendrick Pinango on the track just could not make the catch. He went over right in front of the wall. It bounced off the tip of his glove, and then it almost kicked away from him. And he just put the stop signs on over at first. And he stays right there. I think he would have had a chance. Surprised he wasn't going to be a little bit opportunistic there. The pitch, that is swung on and missed. I guess that he thought that he didn't have a chance, but usually we don't see that from Bryce. The ball is 1 strike. 2 outs. The pitch. That's a bouncer, and it's a foul ball. So they're going to call it an F7, or an E7, I should say. And that's how Harper got on. The ball's 2 strikes. 2 outs. Top of the first. And the 0-2 swing and a miss. And the inning is over. So Marsh is down on strikes. And we're going to go to the bottom of the first. No runs, 1 man left. And here come the Blue Jays as we go to the bottom of the first inning. So Toronto will have George Springer lead things off. He'll be DHing today. And you got Nathan Lucas playing out in right field. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is over at first, batting third. Kazuma Okamoto is the third baseman. He's batting cleanup today. Fifth is Ernie Clement playing over at second. And then you got Andres Jimenez playing over at shortstop. He'll be batting sixth. Seventh is Miles Straw, who is the center fielder. And then you got Taylor Hindman, who is catching. He'll be batting eighth. And last but not least, Yohendrick Pinango is the left fielder. He's been doing a really good job for the Blue Jays overall. He'll be batting in the 9 spots, and he is the caboose. So once again, it's Springer, Lucas, Guerrero Jr., Okamoto, Clement, Jimenez, Straw, Hindman, and Pinango, and they will be facing Christopher Sanchez, who's ready to go out there and warm up right now for Philadelphia. Christopher Sanchez, we've been talking about it for pretty much throughout this entire season. This guy has been phenomenal. He leads all of baseball in earned run average with a 1.46. He's second in baseball in strikeouts with 103 on the season. And he also has a 1.09 whip as well, which is 23rd best in all of baseball. Last time that he pitched, he went 7 innings. He gave up 4 hits against the Padres, only allowed 1 earned run, and also struck out 8 and walked just 1 batter. Went 50 2/3 of an inning scoreless. That one, and that broke up, I should say, in the last game in the 7th inning. 103 strikeouts and 86 1/3 of an inning. What do you think his stat line is going to be today, chat? I'm going to go 7 innings. I'm going to go 9 strikeouts, and I will say 1 earned run. The pitch. That'll be in there for a called strike. 207 average for George Springer. 5 home runs, 14 RBIs. He's just 1 for 10 against Sanchez. 0-1. Sanchez kicks and fires. And that's going to be in there for strike 2. It's at 96. That's so cool. Oh, man. The 0-2 pitch. That's a foul ball. The ball is 2 strikes. He missed the bag. I didn't even see that. Did they say that on the broadcast? Maybe I missed it. 0-2 pitch. That's going to be popped up out over towards the shallow right field side, and that's going to go on out of play. So it's 0-2. Phillies defense for tonight. You got Sanchez on the bump, and then you got JT catching. Harper's over at first, and then you got Stott at second, Bohm at third, and then Turner at short. No balls, 2 strikes. Sanchez gets set at the letters, kicks, and deals, and a swing and a miss on a fastball right down Broad Street. And there's out number 1. Drop a chair in the chat for Christopher Sanchez. In the outfield, you got Adolis Garcia in right, Brandon Marsh in center, and Edmundo Sosa out in left field. So Springer strikes out, and Nathan Lucas is up to bat next. The right fielder, the pitch. Then misses inside for a ball. Mr. Happy is here. What's going on, Mr. Happy? I appreciate you, man. What's up, Uncommon Truceman? Cheers to the both of you and to everybody that's on here. Malik says, come on, Philly. Let's go. 1-0 pitch. That's going to be fouled off over towards the left side. Oh, Haley, I didn't say hi to you. Hi, Haley. What's going on? Oh, yeah. Okay, you said they didn't show it on camera. So good. It wasn't on me. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. That is lined and caught by Bohm on a diving catch. And he takes away a base hit from Lucas. That was read perfectly. The timing of that diving catch was awesome. That was also sinking as well. And he had to be prepared. And he was. 2 up, 2 down. Bottom of the first. And Vladdy Guerrero Jr. is up next. And he takes a pitch down for a ball. Another guy that you obviously would expect to hit a lot of dingers. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. only has 3 on the season. The 1-0 pitch. That's a fly ball hit out over towards deep center field. It'll stay in the ballpark, though. Marsh is there to track it down, and he will make the catch, and the inning is over. So 1, 2, 3 go the Toronto Blue Jays, and we're going to go to the second inning. All right, it is time now, chat, to give people some shout-outs. Where are you guys tapping on in from? Let us know down below, and we will make sure to shout you guys out. Let's go, baby. All right, chat, where are we popping on in from tonight? Cheers. L'chaim. Let's go. Palm Coast, Florida says, Kempo, what's going on, Kempo? How you doing? Wilkes Barre, Pennsylvania. What's up, Joe? What's up, Rick? West Hampton, Massachusetts. Let's go. Watch it from Japan at 8 a.m. before work. Ian, Japan, thank you so much, man. Good to see ya. Laurel, Delaware, says Elaine. What's up, Elaine? How you doing? Davenport, Florida, says John. What's up, John? What's up, Deborah from North Central Missouri? Timestamp says I'm in my basement. Hawkinson says I'm in Delaware. High fives to all 4 of you. Let's go. The realest poets from Detroit 215, West Philly from West Philly. It's in the title. Love it. Let's go. West Point, Pennsylvania, says Eric Smith. What's up, Eric? How you doing? Brian. Always good to see you, Brian. For sure. How are you doing, my friend? Campbell Field Ferris. Let's go. Lebanon, Pennsylvania, says Rob. Robert from Harrisburg, PA. JJ, you're the best. I appreciate you, my guy. I really, really do. Here we go. All right, pitch number 1 to Bohm. It's down for a ball. Time to lock back on in. The 1-0, and that's down for ball 2. Let's go. Dave from Berks County. JG tuning on in. Malik. Kempo. Oh, man. I know I said Kempo before. Jarwood, Manny, Jim, thank you all so much. The 2-0 pitch. That's down for ball 3. We got Kenneth from Jacksonville, Florida. We got Manny from North Philly. Time flies in my Hatboro man cave. Hatboro, Pennsylvania, says Jim. Let's go. Jarwood from Puerto Rico. Let's go, baby! Fist bumps all the way. B-Dub's also tuning on in from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Danny from Port Washington, New York. I could just keep going. 3-1 pitch, and that is down for ball 4. And Bohm gets on with a leadoff walk here in the top of the second. Everybody in the chats, you guys are all MVPs. Appreciate y'all. Top of the second. And a runner over at first. And here comes JT. And he looks at the cutter that catches the top tier of the zone for strike 1. Please make sure that as you guys come on in to hit the thumbs up button, it's free. Hit the subscribe button. It is free. It's basically the follow button. And also turn on the bell icons. That is free as well. That way you get notified on when I go live or when I make a post or when I make a short or even when I make a video. I've been posting some more videos, chat. 0-1 pitch, that's inside for a ball. Some people don't like to stay on for the post-game shows. I've been making them into videos so that way you guys can tune on in at another time. And I'm just recycling the content. The 1-1 pitch, and that's outside for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. I forgot to do that for last night's game. Shoot. Whatever. 2-1 pitch on the way. This is going to be chopped over towards third. The throw to second, there's 1. The throw to first, and that is just in time. And JT Realmuto grounds into a 5-4-3 double play. And there's 2 away. So that means up next is Bryson Stotts. Here's the pitch. That'll be taken down for a ball. Next pitch, now it's 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike. And the pitch. This is popped up. It's going to slice foul and out of play. I'm trying to look and see which players have grounded into the most double plays. The guy that leads the league is Josh Young, who, by the way, also has the highest batting average amongst active third basemen in all of baseball. But he's grounded into 12. 1-2. That's a foul ball. Surprisingly, no Phillies players are in the top 10 in all of baseball. Ryan O'Hearn has grounded into 11. Freeman has grounded into 10. So is Naylor, Jeremiah Jackson, Francisco Alvarez as well, and Junior Caminero. Next pitch, that's a foul ball. The guy that's grounded into the most double plays on the Phillies this season, according to FoxSports.com, is Bryce Harper. 1-2. And that's down for ball 2. He's grounded into 7. But technically he's tied. The 2-2 pitch, and Stott chops it foul and stays alive. Bryson Stott is 28 years old now. This season against left-handed pitching, he is 9 for 33 with a .273 average, 1 homer and 3 RBIs. The pitch, that's a foul ball. Last season against lefties, he batted just .225. The year before that, it was .223, and in 2023, it was actually .282. Two balls, 2 strikes. Corbin gets set and deals. And that's a line drive. Hit out over to right center. That's going to drop in for a base hit. And Stott is thinking 2. He'll head on over to second. The throw is cut off by Clement. And just like that, Stott is in scoring position. Let's go. Good stuff. By the way, Tim Meza had a tribute today. Charge! Obviously was a former Blue Jay. Spent some time with them. I don't know if Mattingly got his. Somebody let me know down below. I mean, you would think he would have to. The pitch. Let's take him down for a ball to Adolis Garcia. 1 ball, no strikes. Garcia ended up going 0 for in yesterday afternoon's game. Struck out 3 times. And the 1-0 pitch swung on and missed. What's up, Susan? How you doing? Good to see you on here. I think lawn darts is more exciting than baseball, but yet here you are. You've been coming on for the last 2 weeks. 1 ball, 1 strike, and I haven't heard anything about lawn darts from you. The 1-1 pitch, and that is inside for ball 2. Lost in Reality, thank you so much for the sub. 2 balls, 1 strike to Adolis Garcia. The 2-1 delivery. High fly ball. Hit out to deep left field. Bye-bye, baseball! Garcia continues to light things up for Philadelphia. That was a goner. A 2-out, 2-run home run by Adolis Garcia. And here is the pitch, and that is fouled off over towards the left side. It's no balls and 1 strike. How about 3 home runs in Garcia's last 5 games? That was his 7th one of the season. And the 0-1 to Sosa is fouled back towards the screen. I mean, he tattooed that baseball. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch to Sosa. Swing and a miss. He was off balance on the changeup there. And the inning is over. Adolis Garcia leaves the yard and gives the Phillies a 2-0 lead. And we will go to the bottom of the 2nd. out in Toronto. Let's go. All right. Good stuff. Dude, drop those Garcia emojis in the chat. Let's go. My members, make sure that you guys, where are we? Sorry about that. For some reason, I have to figure out why my emotes aren't working on my phone. I really don't know why. But here are the Adolis Garcia emotes. Let's put them down below. There we go. Good stuff. Kempo got it. Let's go. Drop those emotes. Boy, oh boy. All right. 400 people watching already. 127 of you have hit the subscribe button. All right, more shout-outs. Let's go. We got Princeton, New Jersey in the house. What's going on, Big B? Ontario, Canada. Matthew is here. What's up, Matthew? How you doing? Let's go. Bethlehem, PA in the house. Bats is here in Kentucky. It says Batstastic. Shout out to Batstastic. Good stuff. All right, so here we go. Bottom of the first inning. And just like that, leading it off, it'll be Kazuma Okamoto in the box for the Toronto Blue Jays. Okamoto has a .235 batting average. He's actually been really hot so far in the month of June. He is 10 for 24, and he has driven in 4 runs. He's homered once, but he has a .417 batting average, a .440 on-base percentage, and a .542 slugging percentage in just this month alone. First pitch, that's in there for a strike. Signed a 4-year, $60 million contract during the offseason. He's been doing damage at the plate for Toronto. That's why he's batting cleanup. The 0-1 pitch, and Sanchez gets the call there. And the sinker is in there for strike 2, according to Jansen Visconti. The ball's 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. A changeup that was in the dirt. And that is the second strikeout of the ball game for Christopher Sanchez. Is that the actual sound of the bell? Absolutely it is. Yep, absolutely. Rebecca, what's up, Rebecca? How you doing? Bottom of the second, 1 away. Good to see you on here, Rebecca. Here's the pitch, and Clement will fly this one foul, and out of play it goes. It'll be a souvenir. What a crowd. 407 people already tuning on in, and it's just the bottom of the second, chat. Sanchez gets set just below the letters, kicks and deals, and Clement skies this one over towards the first base side, but it'll go about 12 rows deep or so. And there is an 0-2 count. Clement had 30 hits in the 2025 playoffs, most in a single postseason of all time. He was a monster in those playoffs. 0-2 pitch. That's a foul ball. Him and Addison Barger and Nathan Lucas. And, of course, Vladdy, too. The Rays are tied with the Yankees in the AL East standings. And Toronto is 7 games in back of both of them. 0-2 pitch. That's a foul ball. They're also 1 game above Baltimore and 3.5 in front of the Red Sox. The ball's 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch from Sanchez. That's down in the way for a ball. Two 2-0 Phillies on a 2-run missile provided by Adolis Garcia. The 1-2 delivery. Swung on and missed. The changeup was coming, but Clement just could not catch up. 3 chairs for Christopher Sanchez, all on the changeup so far today. That was also outside and low. But he got it to work. And it's Andres Jimenez who comes on up, and he'll ground the first pitch over towards Turner. Bobbled it for a second, but gets it back up and throws it over to first in plenty of time for out number 3. That was a little bit weird because it was a grounder. It was hit right over to him. And then as he tried to get it into the glove, it sort of popped up, and then he caught it with his glove again and then just threw it on over to first. Regardless, though, another 1-2-3 inning for Christopher Sanchez. Time to go to the top of the third. 2-0 Phils. All right. Okay, so we are going to go to the top of the third inning. So here's something that I want to ask you guys as we are having conversations about this Philadelphia Phillies team. So this is what I wanted to sort of bring up this type of conversation because I think it's actually really unique. Okay. So I'm going to give you... no, we're going to do it like this. All right. So let's go down the list. You tell me, excuse me. This is off to a bad start. Tell me, okay, who are your Philadelphia Phillies All-Stars so far on the season? Who are your Philadelphia Phillies All-Stars? Doesn't mean that they necessarily have to make the team. But who are your Philadelphia Phillies All-Stars? Because mine are as follows. I got Christopher Sanchez. I do not have Zach Wheeler making the All-Star team. I have Zach Wheeler as a Phillies All-Star, though. He's on my All-Star list. And then I got Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber. And I got Yohan Duran. And Brandon Marsh. You didn't think I was going to forget, did you? But let me know who yours are down below. No experienced player should ever swing at a changeup, says timestamp copy. Oh, I thought that you were watching. I thought you were watching darts. Said that you liked that better. Marsh, Sanchez, and Duran. Sanchez, Duran, Schwarber, Harper, Marsh. The pitch, and that is taken down for a ball. Sanchez, Marsh, and Schwarber. So no Duran for 2-15. Interesting. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. And the count is now 1-1. Sanchez, Wheeler, Marsh, and Harper, says Brian. See, this is different. I like looking at your lists. I do. Sanchez, Marsh, Duran, Kyle. Speaking of Kyle, there's a high fly ball hit out over to deep right center field, and that is caught just in front of the warning track by Straw. And there's out number 1 in the top of the third inning. 6 is a lot. Sanchez, Marsh, and Schwarber. Schwarber just didn't get enough of that. It's Trey Turner's turn. And the pitch is going to be taken for a ball. Mistakenly omitted Duran. Oh, did he say he was catching darts? Maybe you're right. I thought he said that he was watching darts. 1-1 pitch. That's inside for ball 2. I may have misread that. Two balls, 1 strike. Corbin gets set and fires. There's a swing and a miss. Anyway, I'm just joking. What do we need at the deadline? I don't know. We've been having this conversation every day. I'd like to see them get another pitcher. And I'd like to see them get another right-handed bat. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The 3-2 pitch. And that's down for ball 4. And there's a 1-out walk here in the top of the 3rd inning, provided by Trey Turner. There we go. All right, so here comes Bryce Harper to the plate. Here we go. Harper got on with an error. Apparently he forgot to tag first base, and that's why he stayed over at first. Charge! Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. No balls, 1 strike. That's to Bryce Harper. The 0-1. That is going to be taken on the outside corner for a called strike. And Harper is going to challenge this. And he will be correct. And the count is 1-1. So Bryce Harper's right. That's 1 ball and 1 strike to Harper. Phillies lead it 2-0. They got a 2-run shot from Adolis Garcia back in the 2nd. Toss back over to first, and the throw is not in time. Harper has 15 hits in 47 at-bats against Patrick Corbin. Toss back over to first, and Turner dives back in there safely. 6 doubles. He has never homered off of him, though. He has walked 9 times and has driven in 4 runs against him. The 1-1 pitch, and that misses outside for ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike to Harper. There's 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. Corbin gets set and deals. That's inside for ball 3. Turner, did he go? No, because the catcher was standing up and obviously couldn't tell if he got a jump or not. But it's a 3-ball, 1 strike count, and Turner's over at first. Three-one pitch. Now he goes, and it's swung on and missed. The throw to second base is not in time. Turner gets his left hand in there, and the count is now 3-2. Let's go. Excellent jump there by Trey. He is so hard to get out. His 14th stolen base of the season. And he's at second. It's 3-2 to Bryce Harper. Corbin delivers from the stretch. And the 3-2, that's fouled back. Phillies play the Blue Jays tomorrow night. Same time, same place. And same thing on Wednesday. And then the Blue Jays come on over to Philly. And they play them in August. 3-2 pitch, and that's taken down and low for ball 4. Down in the way, and Corbin allows a walk, and that puts runners over at first and second. Back-to-back walks allowed by Patrick Corbin. That's his 3rd walk of the day so far. And here is the red-hot Brandon Marsh. Over his last 40 games, he is batting .376. He is also hitting .302 against lefties, with 6 home runs and 19 runs batted on in. His OPS is ridiculously good. Here's the pitch to Marsh, and he looks at the sinker in there for a called strike. Turner's at second. Harper's over at first. The Phillies lead it 2-0 out in Toronto. 0-1 to Brandon Marsh. And the 0-1 pitch. And that hits Brandon Marsh, and the bases are now loaded for Philadelphia. Got him on the jersey. 2 walks and a hit by pitch, and Bohm is due up next. Trying to get out of the way. I got him right near the belly part of the jersey. That'll slide Turner over to third and Harper to second. And Marsh is now over at first. A golden opportunity for Philadelphia to get more runs. Infield playing at a double play depth with the bases loaded. 0-1, and that's down and inside for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. And see the first pitch. 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. Corbin kicks and fires, and that's going to be fouled back towards the screen. Come on, chat, let's go. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Alec Bohm. The 1-2 pitch, it's in the dirt for ball 2. Got to be careful here. "21 pitches in just this inning alone for Patrick Corbin. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, bases loaded. The 2-2 pitch. That's a line drive, base hit out to left field. And just like that, Turner's going to jog on home. Harper's going to stop over at third. Runners go from station to station on the RBI single smacked by Bohm. Excellent pitch that he got to hit, and he just stroked it out to left on a line drive. Still 1 out in the 3rd inning. Harper's at third, Marsh is at second, and Bohm is at first base with his 31st RBI of the season. All right, let's go. Base is still loaded, 1 out in the top of the 3rd inning. A total of 64 pitches for Patrick Corbin. Pitch to JT. That's a line drive hit out the center. That'll get down for a base hit. Harper will jog on home. It's a 4-0 ball game. Back-to-back RBI singles for Philadelphia. Another mistake out over the middle, and JT got it off the end of the bat, poked it out to center, and the bases still remain loaded for the Phils. The next batter is Stott. And on the very first pitch, Stott takes it down and away for ball 1. 2 runs by the Phillies in the top of the 2nd on 1 swing by Garcia. And 2 runs so far in the top of the 3rd on back-to-back RBI singles by Bohm and realmuto. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. The slider was in the dirt. Simeon Woods Richardson, who was just acquired not too long ago, is warming up in the bullpen from the Twins. And now he's on the Jays. The 1-1 pitch, that is inside and taken all the way for ball 2. And chat, by the way, they're not just scoring in one inning. They're now hitting the ball better. 2-1 pitch. That's down and away again for ball 3. They are catching fire. 3 balls, 1 strike. Top of the third, the 3-1 pitch. And another run will score on the RBI walk by Bryson Stotts. Marsh comes on in. Boom's now at third. Realmuto's at second. And Stott is at first base. And now Adam Mako is warming up in the bullpen, as well as Simeon Woods Richardson. Garcia's turn, and the pitch, and that is in there for a strike. Walk a run home. I hope that wasn't a spoiler. The balls, 1 strike. The pitch to Garcia, swing and a miss. It was at 90 miles per hour. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe, chat. Let's go. What a game so far. The Phillies offense has provided 5 runs in 2 1/3 of an inning. The ball is 2 strikes to Adolis Garcia. The 0-2 pitch. That's a line drive played over at third, and the throw over to home is in plenty of time. It was hit right on the ground over towards third. Okamoto made the diving stop, just threw it right on over to home plate, and got Bohm out by a mile. It was a really good swing by Garcia, but Okamoto played it perfectly, and there's 2 away. That's a 5-2 fielder's choice. And Sosa is up next. We're still in the top of the third. There's still 2 outs. Well, now there's 2 outs. And the first pitch to Sosa, swing and a miss. The ball's 1 strike to Sosa. The 0-1. Check swing. Did he go? No. The pitch was high. Edmundo is 0 for 1, struck out in the second. The 1-1 pitch off the plate for ball 2. This would really be something. I'd love to see him go deep here. 2 balls, 1 strike to Edmundo. His last homer came against the Dodgers. 2-1 pitch. That's fouled over towards the right side. He got it off the end of the bat. Phillies are 9.5 games in back of the Atlanta Braves, who lead the NL East. They're up 5-0 out in Toronto. Sosa will call for time. I'll try to get readjusted here. Draw his stance. Wave the bat around. And is getting ready for the pitch. 10 seconds left on the pitch clock. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the 2-2 pitch, and that is fouled away. That changeup was off the plate, and he did stick with it, but it would have been ball 3. Schwarber's up next. It's still 2-2 to Edmundo Sosa. 2 outs, top of the third. The 2-2 pitch on the way. That's going to be grounded back over towards Corbin. He'll toss it over to home, and the inning is over. However, the Phillies do score 3 runs, and we're going to go to the bottom of the third. 5-0 Philadelphia. Straw, Heineman, and Penango are going to come on up for the Jays. All right, folks, if you are new to my channel, make sure that you guys hit the thumbs up button and hit the subscribe button as well. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. We go on for Phillies baseball. We also do other Major League Baseball games as well. And we do Sixers basketball, and we do Eagles football. So if you like what you hear, if you like how I call the games on here, make sure that you guys hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel as well. We do pregame shows. We do postgame shows as well. We also love to do live call-ins as well during our postgame shows after we do our opening monologues. So we do like a full operation of just our own type of cast. And we have a lot of fun. We really do. So if you enjoy what you're listening to and if you want to support the channel, all you got to do is hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. You can also become a member if you do want to do that. That's really cool. Memberships get access to all of the really cool emojis, and you can just drop them during the middle of the game. So, like, if Alec Bohm gets an RBI single, Brandon Marsh gets an RBI single, we have a Brandon Marsh emoji. We have one for Adolis Garcia. We have one for Harper. We have some Phillies emojis. They're so cool. My members will drop them down below. But it is $2.99 a month. The mods are also going to post the link to that down below. But that is a really good way to get back to the channel and to support for sure. Oh, man. Let's go. Let's go. The darn Braves cannot lose. Nope. We also do this thing called MLB Diamond Zone. I don't know why I sometimes forget to say that. Thank you so much for reminding me. Diamond Zone is basically like NFL Red Zone. We call a bunch of different games at once, and it's really cool if you're into fantasy baseball. If you're just a baseball fanatic, and you're like, how does this sound? Like, how does he call 2 games at once? I remember hearing Kevin Harlan do that. How does JJ do it? Go check it out. Here's the pitch. That's going to be taken for a ball to start off the bottom of the third. Miles Straw is in the batter's box. And the 1-0 pitch. That's outside for ball 2. Don't really see a lot of 2-ball counts. A lot of 2-0 counts provided by Sanchez this season. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 2-0 pitch. That's a line drive hit out over towards left center, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. Edmundo Sosa plays it on the hop, and the throw over to second is off the line and not in time. And so, Miles Straw gets on with a leadoff double here in the third inning. That's the one thing about falling behind in the count. Figured that, well, he has to be a little bit careful. And he ended up throwing a pitch out over the middle, and Straw was ready for it. He absolutely was. We have 187 likes already. The pitch. That's down and away for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. In the bottom of the third, Taylor Hyman is up, sitting just $1.58 on the season. Sanchez gets set below the Phillies letters and deals, and it's outside for ball 2. A 158 average for Tyler Hyman. 1 homer and 6 runs batted on in. What's up, Benny? How you doing? Your emoji is stuck in the turf. I guess they didn't fix the iPhone problem yet because I still can't get it. Must be some sort of a bug. 2-0 pitch. It'll be in there for a called strike. Two-one pitch. Here it comes. Check swing. Did he go? They say yes, he did. Would a good throw over the second have gotten him? Or would have got him? No. It was hit over towards the left center field gap. And Miles Straw is fast. Like, he's one of the fastest guys. Still one of the fastest outfielders, I would say, in all of baseball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sanchez with 27 pitches. Has to deal with a runner in scoring position right now. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That's a high tapper. That's fouled. Right over towards the left side. Two balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. That's inside for ball 3. I don't know if you guys heard, but this was reported about 22 hours ago, and it was actually picked up by CBS 6 hours ago. But a private plane was heading to pick up Yadier Molina along with his friends and family as the next pitch is down for ball 3 in Texas. And it crashed just minutes after taking off in the Dominican Republic. And it ended up killing the pilot and the co-pilots. They're still trying to figure out what the cause of the crash was. It's under investigation, but it's pretty wild. The pitch. This is grounded over towards short, played on the hop by Turner, and the throw over to first is in plenty of time. And there's out number 1. And going on over to third base is Straw. They were on its way to pick up Yachty and his family out in Texas. I don't know why it says friends, but it was his family. One ball, no strikes. Bottom of the third. And 1 out. Sanchez gets set and deals. And the next pitch is down for ball 2. What's up, Frizzle? Two balls, no strikes. And Sanchez fires again. This is going to be chopped over to third. Harper is going to play it on the hop and just take it over to the bank for out number 2. Straw will score. And the Blue Jays are on the board on the RBI groundouts. And so there's 2 away. That was Yohendrick Panango who got the RBI. Dallas, what's going on, Dallas? How you doing? Good to see you on here. Bottom of the third, 2 outs, and the pitch. That's a foul ball. Oh, there goes the 2 2/3 of an inning for Sanchez, right? The ball is 1 strike. The 0-1 pitch. And that's going to be in there for strike 2. JJ, unfortunate. Well, yeah, I mean, we don't know what ended up causing the crash, or what ended up happening to the plane, but they were heading to pick him up, and they were ready to take off, and the pilot and the co-pilot passed away just from trying to pick up Yadier Molina and his family. We have no clue why or what ended up happening, but they're still investigating that, but that's crazy. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch, and that is swung on and missed by George Springer. And the inning is over. And we're going to go to the top of the 4th inning as the Toronto Blue Jays get on the board. It's a 5-1 ball game. All right. It's now time for On This Day in Phillies History. So as we go to the top of the 4th inning, what we always do is we like to give fun facts of things that have happened on this day in Philadelphia Phillies franchise history. Today, my friends, is June 8th. June 8th. On June 8th, in 1914, Phillies player Fred Luderus hit 2 homers in what was a 7-5 Pirate victory at Baker Bowl. His name was actually Philly Fred Luderus. He hit 2 homers in what was a 7-5 Pirate victory at Baker Bowl. The first stinger was hit to right center field, and it actually lodged in a hole in the brick wall for an inside the park home run. Weird. The most famous thing that happened on this day I don't know if you guys remember this. Please let me know if you do. The Pirates had a 10-0 inning in the top of the first inning in 1989. And the Phillies came back to earn what was a 15-11 win, thanks in part to Steve Jeltz's 2 homers, one from each side of the plate. And that is a crazy story. As we go to the top of the 4th inning. Because Jim Rooker had to walk home. Adam Mako, by the way, is going to pitch. They call it the Jim Rooker game. But in Philadelphia, it's listed as the game in which light-hitting shortstop Steve Jeltz shocked everyone by hitting 2 homers. As the Phillies entered play on June 8th, they were staring down the barrel of another lost season. They ended up winning that game. And I believe that Jim Rooker had to walk to Veterans Stadium. Correct me if I'm wrong. And he ended up doing that. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The dude walked home to Pittsburgh. Yeah, yes, that is correct. To Pittsburgh. He had to walk from Veterans right back over to Pittsburgh. 1-2, and that's inside for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's to Kyle Schwarber, by the way. We're in the top of the 4th. The 2-2 pitch. That is down and away for ball 3. Crazy. Three balls, 2 strikes. Schwarber is in the box. Mako's on the bump. And the 3-2 is down in the way for ball 4. And Kyle Schwarber gets on with a walk. That'll put him right over at first. And Trey Turner's up next. Something else that happened on this day. Jim Eisenreich hit 2 homers in 1996. But the Phillies ended up losing 7-3 at the Astrodome. That was the first Phillies game that was shown on Fox Network. Happened on this day. Pitch. That's inside for a ball. One ball, no strikes. And here's the pitch to Trey Turner. That's a foul ball. One ball, 1 strike in the top of the 4th inning. Phillies lead it 5-1 against the Toronto Blue Jays. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And that misses up high and away for ball 2. In 1968 on this day, Howie Bedell ended Don Drysdale's record scoreless inning streak at 58 2/3 of an inning. Ended up doing it with a sacrifice fly in the 5th inning, and that would be his only RBI for the season. The Dodgers ended up winning anyways, and the score was 5-3. 3 balls, 1 strike. The 3-1 pitch, and that is swung on and missed. They're going to come back. Watch. Dallas, I'm so happy that you're here. What type of tea did you drink today? 3 balls, 2 strikes. The payoff pitch. Here it comes. That's chopped over to third. Picked up by the third baseman Nakamoto. The throw, the second. That's in time to get Schwarber. No throw made it back over to first. It's a 5-4 fielder's choice. And up next is Bryce Harper. Who do you guys got for the finals tonight? I got the Spurs winning Game 3. Here's Bryce Harper. On the first pitch, it's up high. The throw to second base to get Trey is in time. Didn't get as good of a jump there. Hyman was like, yep, I'm going to get you out. And there's out number 2. I got homemade iced tea with honey and lemon. Pitch. Now it's 2 balls, no strikes. Don't forget, Mike Schmidt hit his 500th career homer on June 8th of 1987. No, it was, they say it was April 18th of 1987. To a pitch, and that's taken for ball 3. What's up, Trish? How you doing? 3 balls, no strikes. And here's the pitch. And that's a called strike. Joe says I got the Knicks winning 113 to 110. No, this is I got the Knicks, unfortunately. Just switch. Just kidding. The 3-1 offering to Harper. That's a foul ball. Hit over towards the left side. Today actually would have been Del Ennis's 101st birthday. Three-two pitch to Harper. That's a foul ball. Let's go, chat. Steve Joseph so bad he had a lifetime batting average of .210 in 7 seasons with the Phillies. 3-2 on the way. Swung on and missed, and Harper's down on strikes, and we're going to go to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's a 5-1 lead for the Phillies. Lucas, Guerrero Jr., and Okamoto are going to come on up for the Jays. Oh, boy. Time to go to the bottom of the 4th. You know, heading on into this game, just wanted to say really quickly that the Blue Jays have won 3 of their last 4 games. They did get blown out by the Orioles in the first game of their series over the weekend, but they ended up winning 6-4 on Saturday and Sunday. So this team can hit. They really can. They have an offense that when they can catch fire, they do. Vladdy's power obviously has been down this year, but they're still getting some really good contributions from guys like Okamoto, who's been driving on in runs for them. Springer overall has been hitting the baseball a lot better for them. And over the last 7 days, the guy that has the most hits is Okamoto, but also Ernie Clement has been really turning things around too. He's actually recorded 9 hits in the month of June in 25 at-bats. So, yes, you are correct. It was against the Pirates at Three Rivers Stadium. But no, like I appreciate you guys for telling me these things, because I like learning, and sometimes I'm wrong, and you know it's good to have these types of conversations. I grew up bowling at Del Ennis Lanes. Where is Del Ennis Lanes? Is it still around or no? You know what else happened on this day? Steven Strasburg made his MLB debut with the Nationals. I thought that was one of the greatest debuts that I've ever seen from a pitcher. 14 strikeouts in 7 innings. The pitch. And now it's taken for a ball to Nathan Lucas. 1 ball, no strikes. And the 1-0 pitch. That is a pie for ball 2. I do too, Callie. Sanchez on the bump, 40 pitches. Wayne says I was the pitcher who gave up that home run to Mike Schmidt. Learn something new every day. The pitch is in there for a strike. I was actually going to say that I gave up his 499th, but I did it in my dreams. The 2-1 pitch. That's a foul ball. Hit out over towards the left side. It's 2-2 to Lucas. The pitch, and that is line foul towards the right side. And the count still remains at 2-2. Huntington Valley suburbs of Philly not open anymore. Gotcha. Huh. Two and two is the count. Sanchez kicks and fires, and another line drive foul ball. That one goes on another play. They started making Adolis Pedro Serrano Garcia do required batting practice on his off days. I like that. I think it might actually already be doing some good. Absolutely, I do too. Absolutely. 2-2 pitch, and that hits Lucas. Or did it? The camera was starting to zoom on in. He got out of the way. The cameraman was off. That was not a hit by pitch. That was ball 3. Thank you very much. Just kidding. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Sanchez gets set. And he'll have another chance here. And the 3-2 is grounded over towards second. Stott plays it on a hop, tosses it over to first. And the first out is made in the bottom of the 4th. JJ, they got to shoot the puck from the blue line. Ugh, they need a field goal. I'm so happy that you're here. Wait, I'm happy I made you laugh. 1 out, bottom of the 4th. It's Vladdy Guerrero Jr.'s turn. And Vladdy takes a changeup for a strike on the outside corner. Austin Reality, thank you so much for the sub over on YouTube. I appreciate it. It's a cool name, by the way. Guerrero takes strike 2. And that's at 97 miles per hour. Right at the knees. It's 0-2, and somebody just got tossed. Oh, my gosh. Who just got tossed? Was that Schneider? Schneider didn't get tossed. Who was that? That's their... Tom McCarthy says that might be their assistant pitching coach that just got tossed in this game. Yeah, that's John Schneider over to the left. The hitting coach just got tossed. Oh, my gosh. No balls, 2 strikes. The hitting coach for the Toronto Blue Jays just got tossed from this game by Jansen Visconti. And the 0-2, that is fouled off over towards the right side. David Popkins just got tossed for the Toronto Blue Jays. No balls, 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch, and that's fouled away towards the right side. When was the last time a hitting coach got ejected? It does, John. 0-2 is the count to Vladdy. And the 0-2 pitch is grounded over to third, picked up by Bohm as he comes running on in, throws it over to first. And there's out number 2. 2 up, 2 down. And it's Kazuma Akamoto's turn. Go to your room. So, yeah, David Popkins, who's 36 years old, he was a coach for the Minnesota Twins and then came to Toronto last year. Just got ejected from the game. A ball is 1 strike. 2 outs, bottom of the 4th. And here's the 0-1. That's low for a ball. You guys are funny. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sanchez kicks, fires. That's taken low for ball 2. Dallas, what's for dinner tonight? Two balls, 1 strike. The pitch. And Akamoto flies one out over towards deep right center field. That's going to go back towards the track, but Marsh has just enough room to make the catch right in front of the Kubota sign. And we're going to go to the top of the 5th inning. 5-1 Phillies. And we go to the 5th out in Toronto. Ironic, on June 8th of 2025, an agitated Yankees batting coach, James Rowson, was ejected for arguing the strike zone judgment of home plate umpire Bruce Dreckman. We just saw Bruce Dreckman not too long ago. That was 1 year ago today. That's crazy. So that means next year it has to be on June 8th of next year, even during, it's going to be, it might be a lockout then. But man, that whenever there's a baseball season next on June 8th, that means that another AL East team they have to continue the tradition and have their hitting coach get ejected. It's crazy. Folks, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. He wanted an early shower to watch the Knicks game, says Wayne. You guys are funny, man. You guys are absolutely hilarious. We are now 45 subscribers away from getting to 10,700 subscribers. And if you are just tuning on in, I was going to take a sip of water, but I decided not to. But yes, in the top of the 2nd, the Phillies put up 2 of their 5 runs on 1 swing of the bat by Adolis Garcia, who has now homered 3 times in his last 5 games. In the top of the 3rd, Bohm had himself an RBI single, JT had an RBI single, and Stott had a bases-loaded walk. And that made it 5-0 Philadelphia. Christopher Sanchez today just allowed a double to Miles Straw, and he would score on the RBI ground out by Yohendrick Pinango. Besides that, 4 strikeouts and no walks allowed on a total of 55 pitches. He's been the best pitcher in all of baseball. You all need a little laughter/comedy every day. It's good for the mental and the physical health and makes people wonder why you're smiling. That's for sure. Top of the 5th. And here comes Brandon Marsh. And Marsh's first pitch will be fouled away. Marsh has homered in 3 straight games for the Phillies. Never done that before in his career. Looking to also try to extend that hitting streak of his to 7 games in a row. 0-1, here it comes. We're going to miss. We got 445 people. Can we shock JJ and get to 400? That would be insane. We've never gotten to 400 during a regular season game in regulation. That's never happened before. Strasburg, yeah, going back to him, awesome debut, absolutely. I think that was the best pitching debut I've ever seen in all my years of watching baseball. 1-2 pitch. That's outside and high for ball 2. That was a very good debut. The dome is open. Two-two pitch, and Marsh is going to ground this one back up the middle, but the shortstop, Jimenez, was shifted perfectly, and the throw over to first is in plenty of time. Jimenez was right there, and there's one away. Depths of hell, so we might see A.J. Brown pop out of the 3D virtual game. You might. You might. You never know. The pitch. And that is inside for a ball. He did, Clark. 1-0 pitch. Chopper hit over towards shortstop. Jimenez shuffles his feet. Has plenty of time to throw it over to first. And he does. And there's 2 away. Realmuto, it's his turn, and on the first pitch, he's going to line one out over to right field, and a diving catch made by Nathan Lucas. First of all, the pitch was high. Second of all, JT got the barrel on it, and Lucas just came over towards his left, laid down, made the catch, made great extension, and that's how the inning comes to an end. No runs. And a 1-2-3 inning provided by the Blue Jays. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 5th. It's a 5-1 ball game. Boy, oh boy. Just wondering because the animation shows it's open. Yes. Yes, it is. It is open. That was a really good catch. Too bad. And JT, I must say, he's starting to hit the ball a little bit better now, too. All right, other scores around Major League Baseball. Let's take a look at that right now. Folks, once again, hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel. We are now 44 subscribers away from getting to 10,700 subscribers, which is incredible. It is really unbelievable. So we're going to go to the bottom of the 5th. Here's some other scores around Major League Baseball. The Tampa Bay Rays, they lead to 2-1 against the Boston Red Sox. That game is going to go to the top of the 7th inning. The Phillies are also up 5-1. That's going to the bottom of the 5th. The Mariners have a 5-1 lead against the Baltimore Orioles. And the Yankees, they lead at 4-3 against the Guardians. So if you're a Blue Jays fan, not obviously happy about the Yankees and not really happy with how things are going out in Tampa Bay, I guess, for you guys. But the Orioles are losing. It's a 5-1 game. The Orioles do have runners over at 2nd and 3rd. With 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. The Braves don't play today. The Nationals play the Giants at 9:45. The Mets are also off today as well. And the Marlins are too. Reds do play the Padres at 9:40 p.m. Eastern Time. And then you got Brewers and Athletics at 10:05. Bottom of the 5th, 5-1 Phillies. Out in Toronto. JJ, at the Phillies trade deadline, who do you think on the Phillies will be gone? Excuse. I don't know. That's a really good question. I don't know. Gage Wood? I don't know. Aiden Miller, maybe. The pitch is in there for a strike. Maybe a Gabriel Rincones. And possibly a Bryson Stott. I don't know, though. 0-1 pitch. That's a high fly ball hit out over to deep left field. That's going to go back towards the track, and that ball is gone. Ernie Clement hits a home run to make it now a 5-2 ball game. Christopher Sanchez has just allowed his first homer since April 23rd. And it comes off the bat of Ernie Clement. That is unbelievable. Clement just got all the fastball right there, and it just went into the first row. 5-2, bottom of the fifth, and that is the first strike thrown in this at-bat, of course, to Andres Jimenez. Next pitch, and that's a foul ball. Crazy. The ball's 2 strikes in the bottom of the fifth. Is Sanchez the ace of the staff? Well, he has the best ERA in all of baseball. Coming on into today. 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and there is another strikeout. That's his 5th one of the day. And there's 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Wow. Andres Jimenez strikes out. That's how the first out is provided. The pitch. That's down for a ball. I'll repeat that again. That's his first homer that he is allowed since April 23rd. He's only given up 3 this season before he allowed one to Ernie Clement. That's like really impressive. One ball, 1 strike. Bottom of the 5th. 1 out. Here's the pitch. That's down for ball 2. Thought that Ohtani had the lowest ERA. He's not qualified though. Because he's in a 6-man rotation. 2-1. That's taken down for ball 3. Technically speaking, yes. But amongst qualified pitchers, crazy. 3-1 pitch. That's going to be bounced off the glove of Sanchez. He gets to it, though. Throws it over to first, and it's in time. Went over towards the right side of the mound, and it just fielded right off of his glove. But then he caught it on the bare hand and just threw it over to first after he made the nice little spin to get towards that baseball. That was really impressive. The concentration that he had on that and the reaction time, that was perfect. Really great defensive play by Sanchez. That was pretty close. But there's 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. He had to throw that perfectly, and he did. It was a one-hopper that just bounced right off of Sanchez's glove. He ran off the mound, turned his back, had to barehand it on the second bounce, and then just fired it over to first. Bottom of the 5th, 2 away. Heineman is up, and the first pitch, swing and a miss. Ernie Clement has been really good. Yes, he has. The ball is 1 strike. Sanchez fires, and the changeup is in the dirt for a ball. One ball, 1 strike. Sanchez kicks and deals, and a bouncing ball hit over towards second baseman Stott, and the throw over to first is in plenty of time, and we're going to go to the 6th inning. Okay, so with that, we're going to go say hello to Orioles Birdwatcher. BW, by the way, chat, is really close to getting to the 5,000 marker. Okay, so we are going to go show him some love and support. I want us to go subscribe to his channel if we have not done so already. This guy really deserves a lot of subs, so I'm going to drop his link right now. Go say hello to Orioles Birdwatcher and make sure that you go subscribe to his channel because he is amazing. Be right back. All right, here we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. The top of the 6th inning, excuse me. It's a 5-2 game. Got a little bit confused there because I was looking at the wrong graphic. But regardless, we're in the top of the 6th. Phillies lead at 5-2 against the Jays. Dallas, what's for dinner tonight? What did you eat for dinner tonight? Dallas always has really good food. What is everybody else eating for dinner tonight? The pitch is in there for a strike. Painter was brought up this season from the Iron Pigs. Yeah, he made the roster. He made it by default. But yes, he was with the Iron Pigs last year. Didn't have a good year with them. 0-1, swing and a miss. The splitter was at 85 miles per hour. Simeon Woods Richardson, who once upon a time was a starter, is coming on out of the bullpen just to try to eat up some innings for the Jays. The ball is 2 strikes. The 0-2, that's down for a ball. I agree, get rid of Brad Keller. Well, the problem is that they don't have other righties that they can go to, and who knows, like maybe in the next week he gets hot. But so far it's been bad. 1-2, that's outside for ball 2. He has chat locked, that's too bad. I figured that. Sorry. Must be subscriber mode only or something. The 2-2 pitch. That is taken for ball 3. Hyman decides not to challenge. Wow. That was pretty close. He smirks a little bit too. That gyro pita and onion rings. I think that may have just been a ball. But it was a close pitch. Simeon Woods Richardson was going to throw the pitch, and then Hyman just came sprinting over to him because of a potential pitch clock violation. So he called for time. Woods Richardson was still firing it as he was coming over towards the mound. Yikes. That thing could have drilled him. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and now the at-bat continues. I've never seen that happen before. Catcher calls for time, but the pitcher starting the windup anyways and just throws it. Almost hit him. Almost hit his catcher. That's crazy. 3-2 pitch. That's a foul ball. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel as well. We got 430 people rocking with us. 236 of you have hit the thumbs up button. 3-2 pitch. That's going to be a called strike 3. And Stott swings at air right after the pitch was thrown. A little bit mad at himself. And there's out number 1. So after the strike was thrown, Stott did sort of like an angry check swing afterwards and was like, darn it. He's really, really good. BW. He calls a great game. The pitch. There's a 94-mile-per-hour fastball at the knees on the inside corner for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch to Adolis. Swing and a miss. Oh, that was the pitch. That was a slider right down the middle. Simeon Woods Richardson on the bump. A 7.74 ERA on the season. The pitch. Now it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2 is the count. And the 1-2 pitch. And that is a called strike 3. Garcia is going to challenge, though. Garcia's like, hold up a second. He said that he thought that it was low, but that is at the knees for strike 3. The call is confirmed. That was a really good pitch. And there's 2 gone in the 6th inning. Back-to-back backwards Ks for Simeon Woods Richardson. He's only struck out 26 batters on the season. And by the way, this is his first appearance as a Blue Jay ever since he got traded. The pitch, that's taken for a ball with the Twins this season. 12 games, 10 starts, an 0-7 record, and a 7.74 ERA. 1-0, swing and a miss. Here's the 1-1 delivery to Sosa. That's a line drive hit out over towards the left field corner, and that is a fair ball. And Penango plays it off the wall, and here is Sosa jogging on over to second base to get on with a 2-out double out towards that left field corner, and he's in scoring position. Just sort of flinged it out to left field. Got a pitch down the middle. And did an excellent job on the extension there. Charge! And it's Kyle Schwarber's turn. Here's the Schwarberian. And on the first pitch, Kyle takes a wicked curveball that is in there for strike 1. That had a lot of life to it. Sosa doubles. And Schwarber is up with 2 away. The 0-1 delivery, it barely misses inside for a ball. Phillies are 3 for 5 today with runners in scoring position. Yesterday they were 5 for 11. Can Schwarber come through? 1-1 pitch, and that misses low for ball 2. Schwarber did fly out to right center his last time up. And he just got underneath the pitch. That was actually his second to last time up because he walked his last time up. The 2-1 delivery to Kyle. That's a fly ball hit out over towards deep right field. That is slicing towards the corner, and that is a foul ball into the second deck. 105 miles per hour. Trish says, I'm making homemade beef jerky while watching London broil with Kikkoman teriyaki and Montreal steak seasoning. That's cool. The 2-2 pitch, and Kyle gets underneath this one, throws the bat down. It's hit out over towards center field, and on the run, inward to make the grab is Straw. And we will go to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's a 5-2 ball game. Philadelphia is up by 3. Penango, Springer, and Lucas are going to come on up for the bottom of the 6th. Let's go! Come on! Sanchez will be back out there on the bump. Got to get the juices flowing, chat. Let's go, Phils. Go, baby. All right. Keep hitting that thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel. Let's check in on the NBA Finals game really quickly. All right, so that is on ABC, right? Yes. Okay, just really, really quickly. They are underway. It's 9-5 San Antonio in the first quarter. With 8:52 to go, the Knicks lead the series 2-0. My wife and I honeymooned in Toronto. My grandparents honeymooned in Toronto. And toured the Sky Dome one day. We ate lunch at the Hard Rock Cafe in the stadium. She was such a trooper since she was 6 months pregnant. Wow. That's amazing. My coworkers go crazy for it. They put in pre-orders all the time. Back to the teriyaki, dude. That's so cool. The homemade beef jerky. That's awesome. Oh, I want some. The pitch, and that's taken for a ball. One ball, no strikes. And here's the 1-0 pitch. That's a fly ball hit out over towards right center field, and that's going to bounce off the TD sign, and it's going to skip past Garcia. Oh, boy. And so, just like that, there's a runner over at third. He misjudged that as it hit off the bottom of the wall. Garcia got a glove down on it, thinking that he was going to catch it off the wall, and it just skipped on past him as it deflected off the glove, and he had to sprint on after it, and because of that, Penango gets an extra base, and now he's over at third. Oh, boy. It was a bad play there. Didn't judge that correctly at all. And it was low, too, by the time that it did bounce off the wall. He had to really get his glove down. He should have just waited for it to bounce before he put the glove on it. Regardless, that's going to go as a double and an E9. And now George Springer is up. And the first pitch that he takes is in there for a strike. Not a good pitch, nonetheless, from Sanchez. The 0-1 delivery, and that's low for a ball. Springer 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Struck out in the first and in the third. Here's the 1-1 delivery. That's foul tipped. So it is rolled as a double and an E9. The 1-2 pitch. Another foul ball towards the left side. I had a beer with my chef salad, Wayne. They used to serve chef salad all the time in school, in like elementary school. I don't know if they still did that. 5-2, bottom of the 6th. The runner over at third. Sanchez kicks and fires. Swung on and missed. An excellent slider in the dirt thrown by Sanchez, and he gets his 6th chair of the game. It worked, and that's what matters. And Lucas is up next. The Phillies put up 2 runs in the second on a 2-run blast by Adolis Garcia, his 3rd homer in his last 5 games. And then the Phillies put up 3 in the top of the 3rd. They made it 5-0. The pitch. That's a foul ball. They got an RBI single from Bohm, followed up by another RBI single from realmuto, and a bases-loaded walk from Bryson Stott. By the way, those other RBI singles were also with the bases loaded. 0-1 is the count to Nathan Lucas, who's hitless in 2 ABs so far. Next pitch, and that's in there for a strike. The Blue Jays got both of their runs. One came in the bottom of the third on an RBI groundout by Yohendrick Pinango. The other one came off of a solo home run by Ernie Clement. And that was the first homer that Sanchez gave up since April 23rd. The 0-2 pitch. Here it comes. Swung on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts for Sanchez. Another slider in the dirt. Love that pitch. Oh, that was nasty. Excellent pitch. That thing just kept going down and away. And Lucas tried to hack at it. He was guessing. And now it's Vladdy's turn. And he swings and misses at the changeup. That was in the dirt. And the count is 0-1. A lot of swings and misses and a lot of whiffs in this inning. Love that. No balls, 1 strike. And he's doing this while delivering from the stretch. Here's the 0-1. A beautiful changeup at the knees for strike 2. And Vladdy takes a practice swing after the pitch was thrown. And gets back into the box. What's he going to throw here? No balls, 2 strikes. Sanchez gets set below the Phillies letters. Gets the signs from JT. And the 0-2 is fouled off. The changeup was coming. It was outside. And Vladdy pokes it foul. Let's go. Keep continuing to like and subscribe, chat. No balls, 2 strikes. Sanchez gets set again. Kicks, deals, and a strike 3 called at the knees. A masterful inning for number 61. He gives up a double, and Pinango goes over to third with nobody out. And Sanchez strikes out 3 in a row to end the inning. That was insane. Sliders and changeups. And then he threw a fastball to get Vladdy caught looking at that strike 3. What do you know? 8 strikeouts for Christopher Sanchez. Unbelievable. Wow. Again, a runner over on third with nobody out. And this guy's like, I'm going to get all the outs myself. Stud. Hey, JJ, what's his pitch count at? Good question. 82. His ERA is now at a 1.56. Trey Turner will lead things off as we go to the top of the 7th, by the way. And on the very first pitch, he'll look at strike 1. unfazed. The ball's one strike. Here's the pitch. And this one is skied out over towards shallow center field. And the wind blows it back over towards the infield. And that is caught by Jimenez. Again, the roof is open. That thing just kept blowing it all around. Looked like it was going to go out to shallow center. And then it just came back on in. And Jimenez caught it. Excuse. 1-away, top of the 7th. And here's the pitch. And the splitter is down for ball 1. How we doing on the likes, mods? How are we doing on those likes? 1 ball, no strikes to Bryce Harper. And here's the pitch. That's low for ball 2. That splitter was at 86 miles per hour. The 2-0 delivery. And a called strike. And Harper will challenge. Looked a little bit low. Three balls, no strikes. The 3-0 pitch to Bryce. That's a line drive, but it's caught by Ernie Clement. A bullet hit right over to him. And there's out number 2. Could not have hit that any harder. That was 106 off the bat. Not surprised they swung at a 3-0 pitch. Regardless, though, really good contact from Bryce. Just not the result that he wanted. 433 people watching, 270 likes, 30 more till we get to our goal of 300 again. Here's the pitch. That'll be in there for a called strike to Brandon Marsh. Oh, 1. This is popped up and hit out over towards the third base side. And the catch is going to be made. And the inning is over. So the Phillies go down in order 1, 2, 3. And we are going to go to the bottom of the 7th inning. All right. I am going to ask you a Philadelphia Phillies trivia question. And if you get it right, you will hear this. If you get it wrong, you will hear this. All right. Think back to the 2007 Philadelphia Phillies. Okay. I want you to tell me who was an all-star back in 2007 on the Philadelphia Phillies. We're going to do 2007. Who was an all-star that season on the Philadelphia Phillies? Let's go. Rollins. Rollins was not an all-star in 07. Utley. Utley was an all-star. Howard. No. They were not. Utley was an all-star. Jimmy Rollins was not an all-star in 07. Hamels. Cole Hamels. That's 2. Cole was an all-star. Utley was an all-star. Vittorino. Christopher Sanchez is going to go back out there to pitch. Rowand. Aaron Rowand, Cole Hamels, and Chase Utley were the 3 all-stars in the 2007 season for the Philadelphia Phillies. Rollins was not even an All-Star in 2008. He was also not an All-Star in 2009 either. In 2008, the only All-Stars were Brad Lidge and Chase Utley. Crazy. 1 ball, no strikes, and the next pitch is going to be taken for ball 2. Here's the 2-0 pitch on the way, and that is in there for a called strike. Two balls, 1 strike in the bottom of the 7th. Kazuma Akamoto is 0 for 2. And the 2-1 pitch, another swing and a miss on a nice little changeup that he threw towards the outside corner. Good for you guys who got it. Congratulations. Let's go. Trish got it. Dr. MP got 1. Joseph got 1. And the rest of you guys know who you are. Chris got 1. Larry got 1. Orlando got 1. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rebecca, I believe, got 1 too. And Steven got 1. Kempo also got 1. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Kazuma Akamoto. Sanchez gets set and fires, and a swing and a miss, and another strikeout for Christopher Sanchez. That's number 9. What is that now? 4 strikeouts in a row for Christopher Sanchez. Whew. He's on a whole nother level right now. And here comes Ernie Clement. 89 pitches for Sanchez. And the first pitch to Ernie, that's a foul ball. Let's go. No balls, 1 strike. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the 0-1 pitch from Christopher. That's a line drive, base hit up the middle. Ernie Clement has just had his number today. He homered off of him, and now he singles off of him, and he's over at first base. And it's Andres Jimenez's turn. Andres is 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout as we are in the bottom of the 7th inning. Here's the pitch, and that pitch is inside for a ball. There's Orion Kerkering warming up in the bullpen. I do. Yes, I do. One of the mods will drop it down below. The 1-0 pitch, and that's a foul ball. Hit over towards the right side. Do you think that the long inning messed up with Sanchez a little bit? Maybe. It might have. The 1-1 pitch, and that's a foul ball. Also, seems like, I mean, you did say that the ball was going to be flying. So, because they have the roof open. So that could also be a factor too. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sanchez gets the signs and fires, and that's in the dirt for ball 2. If you guys want to send stuff to the P.O. Box, we do P.O. Box openings on Wednesdays. There is the address right there. Right there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch. There's strikeout number 10. Swung on and missed. Christopher Sanchez in double figures in strikeouts once more for the Philadelphia Phillies. He's done that 3 times coming on into today. That's his 4th time this year where he has had 10-plus strikeouts in a ball game. And that's also the 11th time that he's done it in his career. Here's the pitch. That's outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Didn't Rollins win MVP in 07? Yes, he did. 1 ball, no strikes to Miles Straw. And the pitch. And that's taken down for ball 2. But if you guys do want to send stuff to my P.O. box, you most certainly can. Haley did drop the link down below, or did drop the address down below, the P.O. box number and all that. I love getting letters. I love getting stuff from you guys. You're more than welcome to send me anything. It could even just be a letter. That's so cool. I love handwritten letters. I love them so much. 2-0 pitch. That's taken down for ball 3. 99 pitches from Sanchez. 70 of his 99 pitches have been for strikes. And this time he has to do with a 3-0 count. The 3-0 pitch. That's a called strike. Well, Harper too. But didn't Harper win the 2019 MVP? And he wasn't an all-star that year? Or 2015 maybe it was. I forget which one it was. But he had that phenomenal second half. I think it was during the home run derby. 3-1 pitch. That's going to be outside for ball 4. And the tying run is going to come on up to the plate with 2 away in the bottom of the 7th. And Mattingly has a decision to make. He's going to say play on. 101 pitches, and Caleb, I think, is going to go talk to Christopher Sanchez here. Hopefully he can get out of this. 2 away, bottom of the 7th. Thought maybe Caleb was going to go talk to him because they showed him right next to Don. And now he is going to talk to him. Two away, bottom of the 7th. And 2 runners on. I'm going to send you some of my homemade jerky. Oh, that's so cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. You don't have to do that. You definitely don't have to do that. But I appreciate that. Brandon Valenzuela is going to pinch hit right now as we are in the bottom of the 7th. There's 2 away, 2 runners on, and JT is going to go back behind the plate. And the inning will continue. Here's the pitch. It's down and in for ball 1. Let's go 41 more subs. Thank you all again for all of you who did subscribe to the channel. It really means the world, and for all of you who have hit the thumbs up button. The 1-0 pitch. That's a foul ball. It definitely gets more and more baseball fans on here, which is what we want. A 103 total pitches from Christopher Sanchez today. 1 ball, 1 strike. Valenzuela in the box. The 1-1 pitch. That's inside and low for ball 2. The changeup is not getting the break that it was a little bit ago. See, now Topper would have pulled Sanchez. Two 2-1 pitch, another swing and a miss. That was a good changeup there thrown by Christopher. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Valenzuela's pinch hitting for Panongo. 2-2 is the count. Sanchez trying to get out of the jam. The 2-2 pitch, here it comes. It's tapped foul. Right over towards the third base side. Up next is George Springer. Two runners on, 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. Phillies up 5-2. Sanchez looks back at second, now back to the plate. The 2-2 pitch, that's a line drive, played on the bounce by Turner. He backs up, throws it over to first, and it's in time for out number 3. He got himself out of the jam. We're going to go to the top of the 8th inning. It's a 5-2 lead for Philadelphia. All right, good stuff. And Sanchez gets some rounds of applause from fans. And we are going to go to the 8th inning, 5-2 Phillies. Time to take a sip of water. Folks, once again, my name is Jason Joseph. If you do want to follow me on social media, you most certainly can. We are on X. We're on Instagram. We are also on other platforms as well. Definitely make sure that you go check out the link tree and click on the link, and you'll get access to other sites and social media platforms that we are on, and you can definitely go check us out over there. We also are starting an email list as well, so if you guys want to sign on up for that, absolutely you can. The email is jasonjosephonair@gmail.com. We're going to be doing a monthly newsletter, which I'm really excited about, and it's just a nice way for people to find out more about things off the air and get some more behind-the-scenes types of stuff. That's really cool, so I'm excited about that for sure. And those are the two things that I wanted to make sure that I addressed. Also, by the way, I got an email. This is really important for me to say. I forgot to announce this during the 5th inning, but this is kind of important. So I got an email today from the Dysautonomia Foundation, and they actually ended up getting the check today. And on YouTube, we raised $2,300.95 to the Familial Dysautonomia Foundation from our 48-hour stream. That was just on YouTube. That was really incredible. So thank you all again so much for those of you who participated, and obviously for those of you who donated to the website, and for those of you who wrote checks. I really appreciate that very, very much. So I just wanted to make sure that I let you guys know about that. They did get the check from YouTube today, which is awesome. Pitch, and that's going to be taken for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. That's to Alec Bohm, and the 1-0 pitch is down and inside for ball 2. Top of the 8th, Simeon Woods Richardson, 37 pitches. The 2-0, it's in there for a strike. We got to 300 likes once again. Thank you all so much. Oh, good things happening right now. Thank you all again so much. Here's the 2-1. That's down for ball 3. Warming up is Brad Keller. Be nice to try to get another run here. The 3-1 pitch. That's a fly ball hit out over towards right center field, and that's caught right on the track by Lucas. The ball was hit right on the nose. Here comes JT. 1 away, top of the 8th. Simeon Woods Richardson has 40 pitches after he came on in relief for Patrick Corbin. JT stares at the curveball at the knees for strike 1. He did get an RBI single back in the third. He also hit the ball sharply his last time up, but ended up lining out to right on an excellent diving catch made by Panango. It was actually Lucas who caught it. The 0-1 was swung on and missed. And it's no balls and 2 strikes. Thank you, guys. And again, thank you for those of you who did donate to the Familial Dysautonomia Foundation during our 48-hour stream that we did a month ago. That was so much fun. I'm so happy that they got the check today. 0-2. It's down for a ball. So that makes it 1 ball and 2 strikes to realmuto. 3 seconds left on the pitch clock. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss at 94 miles per hour. And there's out number 2. Simeon Woods Richardson gets his 3rd K of the day. $300 is a can of corn now, but now we got to get to 400. The pitch. And that's in there for a strike. This is awesome, man. A can of corn. The 0-1 pitch. That is fouled. Right off the end of the bat is it dribbled right by home plate. I'm shocked that Stott was not running there. Sort of froze. Keller's warming up in the bullpen. He'll pitch the bottom of the 8th. 0-2 pitch, and it's high for a ball. Also got Connor Siebold warming up in the Toronto bullpen. One person that you're not going to want to face is Lewis Varland. That guy has been a monster out of their bullpen. 1-2 pitch, grounded back over towards Woods Richardson, and the throw over to first is in plenty of time. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It's a 5-2 lead still for Philadelphia. Panango, Springer, and Lucas are going to come on up to the plate, it seems, for the Toronto Blue Jays. Okay. So with that, we go to the next inning. Tomorrow, pitching for the Phillies, it'll be Zach Wheeler against Dylan Cease. That game will be at 7:07 p.m. Eastern Time. And then on Wednesday, the Phillies will wrap up their 3-game set out in Toronto. And they will have Jesus Luzardo on the mound facing Max Scherzer. Scherzer has a 9.64 ERA. This will be his first game back since April 24th. He's 41 years old, but he is scheduled to pitch on Wednesday. That should be interesting. And then after that, the Phillies will actually have an off day, and then they're back in action on Friday. They take on the Milwaukee Brewers out at American Family Field, and they will have to face Mizorowski on Friday. Painter actually is going to be on the bump for the Phillies that day. That's going to be tough. And then Saturday, it'll be, they actually haven't announced yet what's going to happen on Saturday yet, or did they? Aaron Nola is going to face Shane Drohan. And then Sunday, it'll be Christopher Sanchez versus Kyle Harrison, which will also be a good matchup, too. Kyle Harrison has had such a good season, and he is not getting enough credit. He's been really, really good. All right, here we go. Bottom of the 8th inning. And Brad Keller is going to pitch. Alan, thank you so much for the sub over on YouTube. I appreciate it. 40 more subs to go till we get to 10,700 subscribers. Let's go, baby. Here's Brad Keller, pitch number 1, strike 1 at 96 on the gun. 28 games, a 3.58 ERA, the windup and the pitch, and a foul ball. Plan to do your laundry on Friday nights. No balls, 2 strikes. The 0-2, and that is up high and away for a ball. The Phillies, by the way, in the 9th inning, they will have Garcia, Sosa, and Schwarber due up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bottom of the 8th. Keller fires, and the pitch is down and a little bit outside for ball 3. Trey's letting you down. Well, as Phillies fans, he's been letting a lot of us down. 3-2 pitch, and that is just a little bit down for ball 4. A leadoff walk here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Wasn't a bad idea, just didn't get him to swing at that. Here comes George Springer, and he holds his horses on the slider in the dirt. And it's 1-0. Springer today has struck out 3 times against Christopher Sanchez. 1-0 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards the right field corner. Garcia on the track towards the corner, and he'll make the catch in foul ground. Couldn't see it at first, but he caught it right in front of the right field corner wall in foul territory, and the first out is made in the bottom of the 8th. Sort of an inside-out swing by George Springer, and then a really good catch there by Adolis Garcia. Surprised that stayed fair. Or that stayed in play. The pitch. Fouled off. Kilmer, thank you so much, my friend. The ball is 1 strike, bottom of the 8th, 1 out. Nathan Lucas is up to bat. And on the 0-1, it's down in the way for ball 1. Tommy Nance is warming up now in the bullpen for Toronto. And he will pitch the 9th. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And that's outside for ball 2. How's the game going? 2-1 pitch. That's a line drive, base hit out to right field, and the tying run is going to come on up to the plate. That'll put runners over at first and second, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr., I believe, is going to be up next. Yes, he will. Boy, oh boy. All right. 1 away, bottom of the 8th. Keller in another jam. Vladdy is 0 for 3. He's flied out. He has struck out. And he has grounded out. Only 3 homers on the season. And he looks to the fastball at the knees for strike 1. The balls, 1 strike. Keller gets set below the Phillies letters and fires, and it's outside and wide for ball 1. Keller looks back at second, bat to the plate, bat to second again, and bat to the plate again. And the 1-1 pitch is inside for ball 2. Really focusing on Penango over at second. The 2-1 delivery. Here it comes, and it's fouled off towards the right side. Two balls, two strikes. Keller gets set, kicks, deals, swing and a miss. He struck him out. Went to a sweeper that was outside, and to my surprise, Vladdy whacked at it and got nothing but air. And there is a huge second out. Let's go. And here comes Kazuma Okamoto. Don't want to take this guy for granted. The first pitch is down for a ball. But that out was big. 13 homers and 37 RBIs for Okamoto. And here's the 1-0 pitch. That's outside for ball 2. It was a slider. Didn't get the oomph. Two balls, no strikes. Tying run up at the plate right now. 2-0 is the count. And the 2-0 delivery, and that is a high fly ball hit out over towards left field. Marsh goes back towards the track, has room, and makes the catch for out number 3. The crowd was rising, and the ball died on the track. And we go to the 9th. Not a good pitch, but somehow it worked. Oh boy, I need a sip of water, chat. That was big. Oh man. That was right down the middle too. All right, folks, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. If you are brand new to my channel, we do Phillies baseball. We do Sixers basketball, Eagles football, but we also do other Major League Baseball content. During the World Baseball Classic, we did 29 WBC games. And so far, we've done 32 non-Phillies games on the season. You might also want to check out, by the way, the Diamond Zone cast that we do. What is Diamond Zone? Diamond Zone is basically NFL Red Zone. So it's for all of you baseball fanatics. It's for all of you fantasy baseball lovers. And for those of you who have picks and that sort of stuff. If you want to hear me call 5 or 6 games at once, well, MLB Diamond Zone is the thing for you. Our next episode of Diamond Zone is going to be on Thursday. You're more than welcome to go check out one of our episodes. One of the mods is going to post it down below, and you can go check that out because it's really cool. And I think that it's just a really awesome thing. If you're like, how do you call 5 different games at once? Come on, I'll show you. Let's go. Okay, we're going to go to the 9th inning. Phillies are up 5-2 out in Toronto. Tomorrow, they will have Zach Wheeler pitching against Dylan Cease. That should be a really good pitching matchup. We'll see who wins that tomorrow. That'll be really cool. Here's the pitch, and that's a called strike at the knees. The slider is in there for strike 1. Tommy Nance, 20 games, an 0-2 record, and a 3.86 ERA on the season thus far. There's the 0-1 to Garcia, and he looks at the wicked curveball right down Broad Street for strike 2. That had a lot of vertical movement to it. Garcia had a 2-run blast earlier in the game to give the Phillies a 2-0 lead. By the way, Marsh's hitting streak is in jeopardy right now. 0-2 on the way, swing and a miss. And there is out number 1 in the top of the 9th inning. One out, top of the 9th. Used a lot of energy that in JJ. I'm good. That was a big inning, though, for sure. Pitch. That's down for a ball. Oh, wait, was that sarcasm? I have to tell you, after this pitch, the 1-0 pitch, the Justin Crawford, that's a bouncer, hit right in front of the mound. The pitcher goes over to it, and the throw over to first is not in time. Crawford has wheels, and he sprints his way over to first base and gets on with an infield single. There you go, Justin Crawford gets on. He came on in the pinch hit for Edmundo Sosa, and it worked. And up next is Kyle Schwarber. I was going back to the chat last night. I usually do that some of the time. You guys are funny, man. You guys are really funny. Like, when I'm in my zone, it's really hard for me to obviously look at everything. But then, like, when you sort of go back to it, you're like, oh my gosh, like, that was so funny. How did I miss that? You know, like, I got a lot of those moments last night, and I was like, dang, you guys are really hilarious. Duran is warming up in the bullpen, and I believe Shugart is too. Here comes Kyle, swinging a miss. BW with a raid. Thank you so much. Janet is here. BW gang, thank you all for being on here. Sorry about the loss today. No balls, 1 strike. Hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of this game, though. Here's the pitch. That's outside for a ball. BW, thank you so much, as always, for the redirect. Love you, buddy. What's up, Matt? How you doing, my friend? Always good to see you on here. Always good to see Janet here as well. The 1-1 pitch to Kyle. That's a line drive, base hit up the middle, and the Phillies are going to have 2 runners on base as Trey Turner comes on up to bat. Runners over at first and second as Schwarber smacks a single back up the middle. Turner is 0 for 3. He walked in the 3rd. He scored a run, and he stole a base. Marsh could actually bat. He's in the hole. Again, his hitting streak is in jeopardy. Here's the pitch. And the slider is in there for strike 1. No balls and 1 strike. George! No balls, 1 strike. Turner in the batter's box. The 0-1 pitch, and that is fouled off the end of the bat. And it's 0-2. Last night was different. You told your stories while doing the play-by-play without a color. That was a one-man show. Some of you guys were really funny in the chat. The 0-2 to Trey Turner. Bouncing ball hit over towards second. The tag to second. There's 1. The throw to first, and that is a 4-3 double play. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 9th inning. All right, Duran is going to come on in. Clement, Jimenez, and Straw are due on up. Just a reminder that after the game is over, we will have a post-game show. Call on into the show, 610-314-0844. Tell me your thoughts on this game. I want to hear from the people. I want to hear from you. I do. I want you to call on in to the show and tell me your thoughts about this baseball game, because there's a lot to break down. All right, time for us to go to the bottom of the 9th inning. L'chaim. Let's go, Phils. It's time, baby. Keep hitting the thumbs up button and keep subscribing to the channel as well, folks. Drop the spiders in the chat. Let's go, baby! The Duran emojis. Let's go. Send those Duran emojis out there right now. Good stuff. Yes, yes, yes. 16 for 16 sounds great. It really does. We're going to the bottom of the ninth. Yes, we are. 5-2 Philadelphia. Duran with a 1.31 ERA, 20 2/3 of an inning, 5 walks allowed, 33 strikeouts on the season, and opponents are hitting just a $167 against them. Whoever said this won the lottery. Ernie Clement is going to come on up, and he will lead off the bottom of the ninth. Duran, by the way, they just posted this graphic on NBC Sports Philadelphia, courtesy to them. He is the 6th Phillies reliever in franchise history to convert his first 15 save opportunities during a season. And pitch number 1 is low for ball 1. Duran is going to kick some dirt off of his left cleat. And he steps back out there on the mound. Tries to jump up and down and pad the front of the mound. What's the score of the next game? Maple syrup is the bomb. Let's go. 1 ball, no strikes. Duran kicks and fires, and a ground ball hit over to third, played on the hop by Bohm. He gathers himself, throws it over to first, dug out by Harper, and 1 gone in the bottom of the ninth. There we go. Excellent stuff. Come on in for the postgame show after this. Good dig right there. Here's Andres Jimenez. And the first pitch to Andres, he goes around on the knuckle curve. He got fooled, and the count is therefore 0-1. No balls and 1 strike. Duran kicks and fires, and the pitch is fouled away. It's now no balls and 2 strikes. Jimenez is hitless in 3 at-bats so far in this game. The 0-2 from Duran, swinging a foul ball towards the right side. Jimenez has faced Duran 7 times, really 9. He's walked twice. He's gotten 2 hits, and he has struck out 4 times. The 0-2 pitch from Duran, and another foul ball, and he stays alive. No balls, 2 strikes, bottom of the ninth, 1 away. The 0-2 pitch on the way, line drive, base hit down the left field line. Marsh is going to cut it off, though, and he'll make the throw over to second. The throw is not in time. Jimenez slides in there feet first, and he gets on with 1 out in the bottom of the ninth inning, and he's over at second base. Not a lot of guys have gotten extra base hits off of Duran this season, and that time that was a really good swing there by Andres Jimenez. He is quick. Okay, so 1 out in the bottom of the ninth, but now this time Jimenez is aboard. And Jesus Sanchez will now pinch hit. Joe, thank you so much for the membership. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Joe. Drop the MVPs in the chat for Joe. 1 out, bottom of the 9th. Jesus Sanchez, the former Marlin, in the batter's box. And the first pitch to Sanchez, that's a bouncer, hit over to first. Harper plays it on a hop. He'll take it to the bag. There's out number 2. Jimenez does maneuver over to third base. But there's 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning. And Toronto is down to its final outs. That, by the way, was the first hit allowed by Duran since May 25th. In case you're wondering. Here we go. Pitch number 1 here. There's a ground ball hit over to first. Harper has it. He'll take it to the bag, and the ball game is over. He's now 16 for 16 in save opportunities. And the Phillies take another game, and they win 5-2 out in Toronto at the Rogers Center. Ring the bell. The Philadelphia Phillies win. Let's go. Time to celebrate another Phillies W. Boy, oh boy. Another one. Another W in the books. This team is now 36-30 on the season. Christopher Sanchez gets himself another win. Looks absolutely dominant once again. Nothing less than sensational. And Duran comes on in for the 9th inning. And he just shuts the door once again. Yeah, the offense today just got you 5 runs within the first 3 innings, and then they were just quiet after that point. I'm not always a big fan of that, but sometimes that's just naturally going to happen in a baseball game. And I thought that this was a really big win, okay? If you think about where the Toronto Blue Jays have been over their last 4 games, okay, they've won 3 out of their last 4. They did beat the Atlanta Braves, and then they lost. They ended up losing the first game of the series to the Baltimore Orioles, and then they won 2 in a row. And they've been putting up runs. And I thought that this was really impressive from Christopher Sanchez, because if the team has been scoring 6 runs in their last 2 games, you kind of figured that maybe they might cool off, but they could get red hot. And I thought that he did a magnificent job out there. What one word would you use to describe that game, chat? I need you to drop one word down below. I'm trying to implement that more into this little recap window that we do, or just, after the game, fresh thoughts. What's one word that you would use to describe that game? I think that was efficient. I think that was an efficient win today for the Philadelphia Phillies. And Adolis Garcia did good. I think it was efficient. That was the word, though, that I would use. Efficient. Who else do you guys have? Fantastic. Fantastic is good. Dominant. Homecoming. I like that word, especially for Donnie and for Tim Meza. You're right. Dominant, dominate. Road win. Put that as one word. Poutine. Fun. Solid, says Lou. Okay. I was going to say efficient. Were you really? Solid. Needed. That was a needed win. Rebecca says close. Close is a good one. Morty says together. Metric. Solid. So we got like 3 solids. Routine. Yeah. Yeah. A good victory today. MVP of the game. Who's your MVP? I think it's safe to say Christopher Sanchez just has to be the MVP, right? Too bad that Marsh's hitting streak is over. I'm kind of a little bit disappointed, not going to lie about that, because I thought that maybe he could extend it, but it is what it is. Alec Bohm did have a nice RBI base hit. I love that RBI single. I really liked what they did in that 3rd inning. They really strung together some really good at-bats in the 2nd and even in the 3rd inning. So, but yeah, good stuff. Mr. Happy says Sanchez. Let's go, man. Let's go. Just an incredible day again for Christopher Sanchez. I'm looking again, the fact that we're actually still even talking about stats from this guy, even after he gave up the run to Jackson Merrill in the last game, is just insane. I read before to you guys that his last homer that he gave up was on April 23rd, and that was the first homer tonight. He allowed his first homer since April 23rd. Like, we're still reading off stats. We're still reading off history and just some really good information, because this guy is just doing it all. 7 innings, 10 strikeouts. My favorite part today about Christopher Sanchez, and then we're going to take it over to the break, and then we'll talk more about it on the other side. I really loved, there was a sequence where he gave up a leadoff double in the top of the 7th inning, I believe it was. And it ended up turning on into, it was, Yohendrick Pinango. It was in the 6th inning, my bad. But Adolis Garcia misplayed the bounce off the wall. It deflected off of his glove, and Pinango went over to 3rd. And Christopher Sanchez attacked, and he struck out the side after he allowed the double and the error from Adolis Garcia with a runner over at 3rd with nobody out. This guy has balls of steel. And he gets the top of the order out just like that. Vladdy was looking at a fastball at the knees. He expected that a pitch was going to be down, and obviously that ended up not being the case. That fastball was placed perfectly there. A couple of really good sliders to George Springer. That one that went into the dirt. I mean, my goodness, that was just filthy. And then Nathan Lucas. The changeup, swing and a miss. Next pitch, another changeup. It's at the knees for strike 2. How the heck, when you step on into that box and this guy is just that locked in, how do you hit him? You can't. It's hard. That's why he's the best pitcher in all of baseball. So anyhow. All right. 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and then we'll have a post-game show. Calling in 610-314-0844. I think that this was a very efficient win tonight for the Philadelphia Phillies. I do want to hear more about your thoughts, though. I want to hear what you guys have to say about this team, and where do you guys think that this team is going, and how are they playing right now? What did you also see tonight? More on that on the other side. Be right back in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Well, everyone, the Philadelphia Phillies take care of business once again today against the Toronto Blue Jays. They get themselves a 5-2 victory. They put up 2 runs in the top of the second on one swing of the bat by Adolis Garcia, and they get 3 runs in the third, and that's all that the offense they needed to win this game. Sanchez is now he now gets another win, and he is now 9-2 or 8-2 on the season. And Patrick Corbin falls to 2-3, and Yohan Duran gets another save. Insane. What stood out to me today? Actually, before I even get to that, okay, I want you to answer this poll question that I have down below. And the question that I have is this, okay. Has Don Mattingly fixed everything for the Philadelphia Phillies? You know, I'm thinking about tonight when they come on into this game, Mattingly gets honored, and so does Tim Meza. The Blue Jays fans give him a thank you. And I'm just thinking to myself, has Don Mattingly fixed all the problems that the Phillies have? And the answer to that I have is no. However, what I will tell you is that he definitely has changed the culture of this ball club. There has definitely been, it feels like that there's been an adult in the room, and the way that they are now running the bases, the way that they are just finding ways to attack and execute on 2-strike pitches, and the way that even Brandon Marsh has looked at the plate, I feel like it all comes back to how Don Mattingly has been managing this ball club. I have to give what's his name, a lot of credit too when it comes to working with Brandon Marsh. Kevin Long, I don't know why I had a brain fart there. That really sucked. But it really feels like Brandon Marsh has been able to find a groove, and he has been swinging the bat so well. The hitting streak did end tonight. But back to my point about Don Mattingly, he really has changed a lot of things. And the way that this team is playing right now, it's a lot better than what we were getting under Rob Thompson. And there's no doubt about it. I don't think that is an opinion. I think that is legitimately a fact. Just go back and watch how this team was playing at the very beginning of April, and even just throughout the month of April. I will not forget those losing streaks that they had to the Chicago Cubs and to the Atlanta Braves. Those were bad games. And even some of the wins that they had against Colorado, you weren't saying to yourself, like, that, you weren't really saying that they had a lot of good wins. They really did not under Rob Thompson. It felt like that they were just swinging for the long ball, and that they were striking out. They were chasing way too much. And I just have come to really appreciate what Don Mattingly has done with the organization and with the overall ball club. And this is just talking about the bats. We're not even talking about the pitching side of things. There's still some things that I feel like that he has to work on as far as when to pull a pitcher, but for the most part, he's been really good. I'm thinking about tonight, and when Sanchez was out there in the 7th inning, Rob Thompson would have pulled him. Rob Thompson would have not let him finish off that 7th inning, and Mattingly said, it's okay. Go get the final batter there and get the out yourself. And I thought that was the right call. Because do I trust Orion Kerkering coming on into a situation like that, trying to clean up his mess? There's going to be times where obviously he's going to have to do that, but Sanchez can work himself out of it. And he has shown you that time and time again this season, that when he gets into jams, even when he's starting to look a little bit tired, you got to go by your trust. And I felt like that's what he did today. Analytics probably would have told you, go to the righty, because at that time as well, they had a pinch hitter come on in, and it was a right-handed bat. That was Valenzuela. And he stayed with his guns. He stayed with his top dog. And I just have to say, like, we don't get that if Rob Thompson was managing this team. And I feel like that Mattingly has done a good job in that area. He's still, of course, using analytics. We won't forget about the time in L.A. We won't forget about Edmundo Sosa coming on in at that moment for Brandon Marsh. But overall, he's done a very, very good job. And I can't complain at all. They're being more aggressive on the bases. They're stealing bases. And they're also just doing a good job at getting their opponents to be on their toes. I really liked that inning that they put together in the 3rd inning when they were playing small ball and they were taking advantage of mistakes that were thrown from Patrick Corbin. Because let's be real, Patrick Corbin was not pitching well, especially in that 3rd inning. So you had a couple of really good at-bats provided by Sosa, and then Turner. Actually, sorry, it was Turner, Harper, and then Marsh got hit by the pitch. And then you had Bohm get an RBI single on a pitch that was a mistake out over the middle. That thing was drilled over towards the left field side. And then JT punches one out to center, and he gets an RBI single. So I just feel like that they're playing much better baseball, and they did enough today to my liking in the first 3 innings. Do I like how the bats didn't necessarily score a run throughout the rest of the game? No. But they still did enough. Obviously, they're still going to be in need of a right-handed bat. We'll talk about that at another time. But Don Mattingly has been very good. He hasn't fixed everything. Some of the stuff is on Dave Dombrowski. I do think that they could use another right-handed bat. And I'm honestly on the train for them now to go get another starting pitcher. I am. I feel like that they can never have too much pitching, especially, God forbid, as we knock on wood here, one of their top pitchers could go down. That would suck. And I feel like that they could definitely use another starting pitcher. But that's not Mattingly's fault. That's not Mattingly's problem, but he's definitely fixed a lot of things, and he has changed the culture. And I feel like tonight was just one of those games where if this was under Rob, they lose this game with how they were playing with Rob this season. And again, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to say that Rob Thompson was a bad manager, because I thought that even during the beginning of his time here, he was pressing the right buttons. But it's a completely different team. This is not the same Philadelphia Phillies that was entering on into the 2026 season. And that, I think, is awesome. I think that that's great. Where else did I want to go? I wanted to talk a little bit about the pitching staff, because When I look at the bullpen right now, Brad Keller is just lost. At this point, I think it's safe to say that Orion Kerkering has to be your setup, man. I really do. Keller got very lucky against Kazuma Okamoto because that pitch was right down the middle, and Kazuma just missed that. But there have been plenty of times this season where we've seen Brad Keller get into these types of situations, and it just does not look good. Like, you don't feel confident with him out there on the bump. Something is off. His pitches are out over the middle. His command is just a little bit different, and I don't know why. I have no clue why. And this was not the Brad Keller that I was expecting. When they got him and he signed over here, I thought that, man, this could be a really big boost for their bullpen. You're talking about a guy who did really well with the Royals, who had a very good season last year with the Chicago Cubs. It's been a bad start. And right now, I would trust Orion Kerkering more in the 8th inning than I would with Brad Keller. And I'll be honest with you, another guy that I would trust even over Brad Keller right now is honestly Chase Shugart. And I know that they're not going to do that. Just like I know that Tim Mays is not going to be used in higher leverage spots, but I'm really at that point. I think Chase Shugart has been a better pitcher this season than Brad Keller has. Now, you might also say, well, JJ, you have to understand, too, that Brad Keller is coming on in for the 8th inning and he's facing a different part of the lineup. Well, even the times where I'm watching Chase Shugart go up against the top of the order and, you know, an opponent team's best hitters, I think that he's done a much better job. I don't have the stats out in front of me, but eye test wise, I clearly remember him getting some big time outs against top tier hitters. And I am just not fond of what Brad Keller has done. He sort of reminds me now of Hector Neris and of guys like Carlos Marmol, guys that would just leave traffic on the bases, and it was either going to be a bumpy finish or it was going to be an explosion. I don't like that. I don't feel good. And when that happens, it sucks. What do you guys think, though? Would you put Brad Keller now in situations where he comes on in during the 7th inning or the 6th inning? Or do you still think that he should pitch in the 8th inning before Duran? Because I just don't think I just don't think that role is doing him well right now. I really don't. I think he looks so lost on the bump. And it's not good. It's not good. What I really liked about today is Adolis Garcia just continues to be red hot. The Phillies have needed to get something from one of their right-handed bats. And now Bohm and Garcia have been doing damage. JT also hit the ball sharply a couple of times today. We'll see how that continues to work its way out. But right now in the month of June, I trust Bohm and I trust Adolis Garcia right now because they have been fantastic. Garcia has really found his power. He's getting his stride. He looks very calm at the plate, and he has found his swagger. He really has. The pimp jobs and whatever, they're cool. But I just like how he's built that swag back. I sort of questioned if that was even going to happen. And he's done so much better at the plate. And I'm happy that we're getting this version from him. I don't know if this is sustainable. I don't know how long this will last. I still believe that you're going to need another right-handed bat. That's just me, but I will ride the hot wave while I can. I'm just disappointed in Trey Turner. I will still continue to say it. I know that he did walk today and that he had a stolen base, and that was big, sure. But he's not getting on base. He's not hitting the ball well. And That's a problem because, again, the guy's getting paid that amount of money, $300 million, to play this game, and he batted very well last year. This is by far his worst season average-wise so far on the season. This is actually, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting about how dreadful 2023 really, really was. 2023 in the first half was the worst of Trey Turner, but we're sort of back in that element. Not as egregious, but still just not appealing, not good enough. And that just can't happen from a guy that's getting paid that amount of money. Who's better than this? I don't know what else to say about that. But yes, that's how I feel, though. I felt like that this was one of those games where they did enough early on, and Sanchez carried them, and Duran closed the deal. This is how they're winning games now. This is what they're doing. They're relying on their pitching, and Sanchez got a 5-run cushion today, which really did help. And the pitching is getting the job done as far as Sanchez, Wheeler, and Luzardo some of the time. We saw Painter have a couple of good outings, and Nola was doing okay, but you're not necessarily trusting those guys right now. But anyhow, good win. Go out there tomorrow, take the series against this pretty good team. Like the Blue Jays, I think, are a pretty good team. I think that they have some talent. They made it to the World Series last year. They're starting to hit the ball better. It's been a very weird season for them, but I'm not sleeping on them because they could catch fire. They really could. 610-314-0844 is the phone number. Has Don Mattingly fixed everything for the Philadelphia Phillies? All right, I see that 22 of you have voted. 59% of you have said yes. 41% of you have said no. I want to hear from you guys, and I want to hear reasons behind your answers. So call on in and let me know, and we'll also start looking at some of the chats over on YouTube as well. Wayne, what's going on, Wayne? He says, we need a good right-handed bat, one who will get on base at least 39 to 40% of the time. Small ball and good pitching wins championships, says Wayne. I think that in theory, what you're saying, of course, is you obviously want to get a good right-handed bat. You're not going to bat 1,000, of course, but you're going to want somebody who can really try to carry momentum and put this team in a better position to succeed, because we've seen so many times and times again that in the playoffs, the problem becomes the bats going cold. That just becomes a theme, right? So we don't want to continue to make the same mistakes. And I do agree. I definitely do agree with you on that, that they could definitely use another bat. Sorry about that, by the way. All right, so we'll take our very first phone call from Ambler, Pennsylvania, from 215. 215, how you doing, my friend? Good to hear from you.
Yo, JJ.
What's up, Cool J? How you doing, my friend?
Doing good. How about you?
You know what, man? I'm doing very well. I'm happy that the team is winning. I'm happy that they just continue to rack up W's. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters, Cool J.
Yeah, definitely.
But, no, tell me what your thoughts are about this game. I also I want to pick your brain, too, and I want to know, just from your perspective, okay, has Don Mattingly fixed everything for the Philadelphia Phillies?
Oh, honestly, I would say that if you think about the batting wise, I would say yes. If you're saying pitching wise, I would say it's so-so. Like, I mean, it's gotten better, but not perfect. There's still been a lot of issues with pitching. I mean, starting pitchers were except for Painter, like Wheeler
Sure.
and Sanchez and Deuce. Like they've had some great games. But I'm talking about the bullpen. The bullpen is still an issue. I don't think he does that yet. He didn't make it's still something that needs to be put into consideration. But offensively, he did do a good job with the batting. I mean, the batting much better than they did last year.
Yeah, no, they definitely are batting a lot better than they have been last year. But here's my question to you about the Painter thing and just about the Nola thing. Do you think that that's more of a Don Mattingly thing, or do you just think that that's just more of like Aaron Nola just not A, getting older, but B, just not getting as good of a grip on the baseball like he used to? And with Painter, with the Tommy John surgery, do you think that it's just do you think that it's more on them, or do you think that it's more on Don Mattingly? That's my question to you.
Oh yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, Noah just hasn't been. I feel like it's more of a discipline thing for Noah because I feel like he isn't. Hasn't been himself. He's been being a good guy, but haven't thinking about his pitching as much. And Painter, I'm just, I am very, struggle with Painter. Like Painter is just, I've already had those positions for him, because he had some, very few good games, and like sometimes there's pitching, he sometimes give up the run, and maybe it's like one or two or three, and I think we saw that before in the White Sox game where he, gave up a lot of runs, and you can't do that. So
right.
I feel like half of it is on them. I think Don Mattingly should address that as well. Got to be better at the pitching. Like you can't start giving away runs like that. So
it's an interesting conversation for sure. As far as tonight's game goes, did you feel like that the Phillies did enough offensively, or do you think that they could have done more?
I mean, Garcia got a home run. That worked out.
It did.
Bohm did get a single. And, Realmuto got a single. I feel like against the Blue Jays, I feel like, I mean, they've also have been, on and off switch as well. Like they've had some games that they've been pretty, if they're good, and sometimes they have the games like, they completely blow it. I feel like they're now, in identity crisis. But I feel like they could have done a lot more. But I mean, if the Blue Jays are playing against me, they still, they usually have a very dominant offense, pitching wise. So. I mean, they should have done more, but but I mean, they did what they could today. So they got the game today. I mean, I didn't say they're going to go sweep the Blue Jays, but I mean, you got the series. So
yeah,
the series.
Yeah, that'd be really nice with Zach Wheeler on the bump tomorrow, going up against Dylan Cease. I think that's going to be a close game. I think it's going to be more of a pitching matchup, a really good pitching matchup between the both of them, but. Hey, man, I'd like to see Zach Wheeler get the W, and if they could get runs against Dylan Cease, I take that as a positive because he's had a very good year, and he's Dylan Cease. I mean, he's still one of the best pitchers in the American League. So, but, yeah, always good to talk to you, my friend. Good stuff. And,
of course.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you. Of
course, man. Get the series tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to Cool J in the chat. Let's go. Drop those fires in the chat for Cool J. I wanted to chew on something that he said a little bit, just a little bit about this offense, because I did feel like that the offense today did leave meat on the bones. And a lot of times when you're playing teams like the Braves, when you're playing teams like the Dodgers, that stuff is going to come back and bite you. Yes, it's the nature of baseball to leave men on base at times, but I don't know. I felt like there were a couple of times, especially when the fifth inning came, and Schwarber got on with that walk, or what was it, the fourth inning when Schwarber got on with the walk. There were just times where they were just not as opportunistic, and it kind of sucked. Turner grounded into that 5-4 fielder's choice, and then Harper struck out, and then Marsh grounded one over to short, and that was the end of the inning. I thought that they could have gotten a run there, and that would have been nice. But you're not going to bat 1,000 all the time. That's just how the game does go. But there were definitely some issues that I had with them not coming up with runs. Today, as a team, I'll pull this up, with runners in scoring position, they were 3 for 7. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't the best thing, but the Blue Jays were 0 for 10, which is crazy. But the Phillies did leave 6 guys on base. So hopefully they can try to do a better job at that tomorrow. 3 for 7 is good, but I don't know. I just felt like that was sort of one of the stats where I just say, that's a stat, but there were, if you watched the game, you felt like that there were more chances that they had that they could have capitalized on. This is from John Clark, by the way. And again, continue the call into the show, 610-314-0844. The Phillies have now scored 31 runs over their last 5 games. They have won 10 of 13 games, which is good. One of my fears, though, chat, and I hate to do this because I'm a positive person and I don't always like to look at the negatives, but I can't forget about this. Obviously, this team loves to hit in the hot weather, and it's easier to hit in the heat. When it gets cold, though, and it becomes October baseball, just don't forget about the weather changing, because that's why I still think that they could use another right-handed bat, because I still have fear. And time has showed us, and history has showed us, that that's just what does tend to happen. These bats that they have, a lot of them tend to go cold when it gets cooler and we head into the fall. That's another reason why I want them to try to go after a right-handed bat. And I think that they could go after both a right-handed bat and a starting pitcher. I think that they could attack 2 things at once. Will Dave Dombrowski do it? I don't know. I will say this, though. People don't want to give Dave Dombrowski credit, and I understand. Dombrowski, though, did technically have a good trade deadline, in the sense that he got Harrison Bader, who did help them out in center field, and he was doing really well before he ended up getting hurt. And then you had Yohan Duran, who has been fantastic so far this season. So he did address needs at the deadline last year, just not enough. But he did make the team better, so hopefully he does that again this year. We'll see, though. All right, let's read some more chats. I can always tell when the Phillies are playing well when joining the stream and there are over 400 people watching. That's true. Obviously, that's true. And I'm happy that you bring that up, because at the end of the day, when we're getting that amount of people, that means that the team is doing something right. When there's people that, when we're getting our numbers like 157 and it's like in the 6th inning, that means it's a bad game. That means that the team is not doing well. They would have to be playing that bad for such a long stretch. And that's when you know TV ratings go down. Radio ratings go down. It's not just us. That's just with everything. Jersey sales go down. Who wants to buy their jerseys when they're not playing well? You know? The numbers for Nola and Painter are kind of similar, but the games feel so very different. Painter looks lost, But if he can just get it together, he might excel. Nola is just aging and trying to survive. The other thing, but here's the similarity, though. Both of them don't have confidence in their stuff. And that's a problem. That's a big problem. Because Andrew Painter wasn't really going to the changeup as much in the last game. I don't know why. He wasn't going to his other pitches, and he was really relying on that fastball more and more, and the fastball just doesn't have the same oomph that it did before he had the Tommy John. And I don't necessarily see how during this season, I'm saying this season, how that can be, how do I put this? How he can fix that during the middle of the season, especially now that we're in June. You know what I mean? He clearly doesn't have confidence in his off-speed pitches and with his breaking balls. That's a problem. And Aaron Nola doesn't look like he has confidence either, especially when we're watching him deal from the stretch. It's 2023 all over again. I would actually argue that it's worse. His ERA is higher. It's a problem. It's a problem. I don't think this bullpen has any real roles except for Duran. Everyone else is a roll of dice. I like that. What feels good today? Go with that. Yeah, good point. Really good point, Sonic. That's a really good one. We'll take another phone call here on Play by Play with JJ here on the postgame show. 409, what's going on, my friend? How you doing?
Good. How you doing, JJ? Wayne Gilbert from Fort Stockton.
What's going on?
Doing,
what's
buddy?
up, Wayne? How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good. Hey, I'm not going to stay on long. I just read a comment. It's one of my favorite comments tonight. I'm going to say his name, at Morty. I think it's Morty.
Yep, Morty.
He said, playoff listen to this one. If you get a chance to read those. This is exactly what has to take place if we can get lucky and get to the wild card. Playoff baseball is different. 3 starters and Duran is a lot. If they can play small ball, like I keep preaching, and have the power in their back pocket, they can be scary.
I
When
agree.
read that comment, that blew me away. That's a great comment by Morty. So I'm just going to get off and let you talk about that and see what you think.
Wayne, first of all, thank you so much for calling on in, man. Second of all, call back anytime because I love talking to you, and I love reading your comments in the chat. So never be afraid to call back on in.
Oh, no problem. No problem, bro.
Yes, sir.
Enjoy your play. Hey, I'm out here in Fort Stockton, Texas. So I lived in New Jersey the first 48 years of my life. I'm 67. So being out here, I can't get to Philly. So having you, subscribing to you and also being part of your channel is a big deal to me. So I enjoy it. So thank you.
Well, of course, anytime. I always love it when you come on. Big shout out to you. Yeah, look, I mean, at the end of the day, playoff baseball is different, right? Playoff baseball is different. But I would also argue, though, because, yes, you're right, okay? Duran and having a red-hot Christopher Sanchez, Zach Wheeler, and a Jesus Luzardo is definitely a good thing. If they can play small ball and have the power in their back pocket, they can be scary. The problem is, and the issue that we go on into this with every year, is the lack of a right-handed bat. And the other problem, too, is that this team just goes so cold. And that's why every single year when we look at this team, like, there are fans that are still, really upset with what they've done, of course, over the last 3 years, because they feel like that it's the same sort of thing, and they don't really have the trust with this organization, even with how they're playing right now. Some people just have the mindset, and you can hear some of the personalities, even on the radio stations, that are just like, get me to the playoffs, and then I'll feel happy. and I don't tend to look at things that way, but my whole point of what I'm trying to say is that I think that they can be scary. Everything just has to go right. And that part is what's frustrating, because everything has not gone right for them in the past. But with Luzardo, I don't know why people are, off the Luzardo train right now. Has he been inconsistent this year? Yes, but I didn't really think that people would be really upset with Jesus Luzardo. I figured that people would just be more upset with Nola and Painter, but some people I've been hearing are putting Luzardo in the same sort of conversation with the both of them. No, Luzardo has been fine, in my opinion. He didn't have a good outing his last time out, and he's shown you dominant performances. He's shown you bad performances. He's shown you really, really good performances. But if they could at least get one more bat, like one right-handed bat that can drive in runs and that can just be consistent, and in the same breath go after another starting pitcher, I think that this team can definitely increase their chances of making it deep into the playoffs. With how they're constructed right now, they can be scary. They can. I don't disagree with that. My issue is trust. Because I've been snake bitten. Literally by the Diamondbacks, by the Mets, and even last year with the Dodgers. The bats have gone cold. And when it gets colder, it gets hard to hit. But they're going to have to find a way. I will say this, though, on a more positive note. I love the brand of baseball that they are playing this season, and I have way more trust in how they're playing right now compared to how they were playing years ago. Does that make sense? Because I think that is fair too. This is a different baseball style that they are playing with right now. Is it sustainable? We'll see. And again, barring any sort of injuries, they can go far. For sure. Read a couple more. Moyer's best years were after he lost his fastball. And as a person, a really good dude, he grew up in Souderton. Yeah, and people were also talking about today how Andrew Payne, you look at Doc Holliday, you look at the bad start that he had. Like, there's definitely people that have had really bad starts to their careers. Like, I get that, But for Andrew Painter to just fix everything within the blink of an eye and even just within a season, I think that's going to be really tough. I just do. Props to him if he's going to be able to do that, but doesn't really have another type of a pitch that he trusts, and that's a problem. It's a big problem. But that's how I feel. At the time, a fastball in the low 90s was considered pretty good. Also, why the Ryans and the Bob Gibsons of the world are firing 100 miles per hour. Chin music, for sure. A lot of guys would try and develop a good knuckleball. I actually think that what makes Duran so lethal while we're on this conversation is the fact that he has really perfected his knuckle curve. Like, that pitch that he throws, the batter just doesn't know when that pitch is coming. So you're either going to get a splitter, a four-seamer, or just a deadly breaking ball that just dies at 88 or 87 miles per hour. I think that pitch that he has worked on has really helped him out of so many situations. And that's why he's become one of the top closers in all of baseball. He's scary. He is scary. For sure. I don't think Don has fixed everything, says Vote Blue, no matter who. but he has definitely been an improvement. So I will vote yes on the poll, even though technically he hasn't fixed everything yet. And I'm with you. I really am. Because his job is not to fix the roster. That's Dave Dombrowski's job. And Dave has some work to do. Absolutely he does. His job also is not to pay the guys. That's John Middleton's job. And it's also not his fault that Trey Turner is not executing. That's on Trey. I still would like Trey to be sent down further in the batting order, and I'd like Marsh to be up in the order, personally. But, yeah, you can't have everything. As a Phillies fan, I'm always scared of the All-Star break. If the Phillies are hot when it starts, I've seen them go ice cold after it too many times. And you know what? I still have some scars back to London, back to what happened then, for sure. That All-Star break, when they came back and they played against Pittsburgh 2 years ago, and they had that awful second half, I still have scars from that too. I absolutely do. I'm taking it game by game. And then people also have the fear as well about the guys that participated in the home run derby, or like, do you not start Christopher Sanchez? Do you not start Zach Wheeler on the Saturday or Sunday before the All-Star game itself just to have them pitch in this? Like, those are other things too, okay? But I don't know. You have to ride it out, but those are valid concerns. I feel like everything that you guys are saying is legitimate, and there's a lot of truth to what you're saying. I really do. I feel like that we're having some really good conversations tonight, and we're addressing things that definitely should be addressed. I really believe that. So. Oh, man, I love this Phillies community. Lots of institutional knowledge and perspective. Absolutely. And you know what the fun part about this is? We all come from different perspectives. We all come from different backgrounds. And we also have different, we come from different eras of watching Phillies baseball. Some of us have seen what happened in the 90s. Some of us have gone all the way back to the 70s. I'm not trying to age people, but I'm just saying that they've been following this team for a different amount of time, and you have kids that are on here too that are just getting on into this or have been watching it for just the past 5 to 10 years, and you get their perspectives, and it's so cool to see a lot of intellect and intelligent people on here coming together, because I feel like that we can create that, and we have that sort of a community. And this is no disrespect to the radio stations or even the TV stations, but you can't have these conversations with the chats, Sure, like I don't have conversations with other people on here, and I don't get them on as a co-host, but there's a lot of value to what the community and what the fans have to say in the chat, because they're the fans, and that's what people want. People care about the fans. So anyhow, what I was saying with the playoffs, the difference is small ball, station-to-station baseball, and having JT back there, right-handed bat, would certainly help. Oh, absolutely. I just think that, sure, right-handed bat would help, and I think in theory you're absolutely correct. I'm just scarred. I've seen this team lose. I also did see them win a World Series, which was great. But, gosh, do I want another one. One day. One day. Maybe Donnie Baseball can lead them there. Wouldn't that be something? All right, with that, I'm going to wrap it up. Okay, Zach Wheeler is going to pitch tomorrow. Zach Wheeler will be facing Dylan Cease. This is going to be a tough one. I would be very happy if the Phillies put up 5 runs in that game, because Dylan is one of the top pitchers when he's on. Absolutely. So, Wheeler, his job tomorrow is, again, to keep you involved and go deep into the game. So, we'll see how he does. We will have a redirect. We are going to redirect things over to Sinbin. Sinbin is covering the athletics game. It started at 10:05. So we're going to go give him some love and support. Please go hit the thumbs up button for him. After the stream is over, it'll redirect you over to his stream. You'll click the play button once the stream is done, and you will go on over and say hi. And, yeah, I will catch you all in the next one. Go Phillies. Great win today. Sanchez gets the W. Duran gets the save. And let's go Spurs, too. All right. Bye. Love you all. See ya.